Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I wasn't supposed to be home that early. The only reason I came back was because the meeting got pushed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found her like that. I still wonder how long it would have taken if I hadn't turned the key at 12:40 that afternoon. Would it have been hours? A day? Longer? The first thing I noticed was the quiet. Not peaceful silence. Dead silence. The kind that wraps around your neck and tightens. Except for the television. It was blaring something from the living room. Voices shouting from a cooking show. Or maybe a game show. I couldn't tell. I just remember how wrong it sounded. How loud it was against everything else. The air was too still for a place that should have had life. No music. No movement. No voices. Just the high, too happy sound of that television echoing from the hallway. We shared the place. Me, Maria, and Carlos. They were dating on and off, but I wasn't close with either of them in that way. More like a satellite, orbiting their weird, always-on-the-edge dynamic. I kept to myself mostly, paid rent on time, cleaned my share, tried not to get pulled into their arguments, though that got harder the longer I lived there. That day, Maria's car was in the driveway. Carlos's wasn't, but I saw another car parked just down the block. A gray sedan I recognized. His cousins, I think, or maybe a friend, someone I'd seen around more than once, sitting out front waiting for Carlos to come out. I didn't think much of it until later, when I walked in. The door didn't creak like usual. I remember that detail for some reason. Just a smooth, almost respectful swing open. The kind you see in a movie right before something bad happens. I called out. Just a simple hello? Not loud. Just enough to announce myself. No answer. I dropped my bag by the door, turned the corner and headed toward the kitchen. That's when I saw her. Maria was lying on her side, like she'd collapsed halfway through getting up. Her arm was twisted underneath her, and her hair covered most of her face. There was something wrong with the angle of her legs, unnatural, like she'd been pushed or spun before hitting the ground. For a few seconds, I didn't move. I thought maybe she'd fainted, maybe she was drunk, or had passed out. But I knew, even before I stepped closer, that it wasn't that. The way the air felt, it was heavy, not just from heat or stillness. Something else, like the house had exhaled, and decided not to breathe in again. I knelt down. Her skin was pale, but not cool yet. There were marks near her temple, bruising along the cheekbone. A thin line of blood had dried from her nose down to her upper lip. Her lips were slightly parted, eyes closed, no fluttering, no reaction when I touched her wrist. I checked for a pulse because that's what you're supposed to do, right? Nothing. I backed up, leaning against the counter, staring. I kept trying to make sense of it. There wasn't a lot of blood, no smashed furniture, no screaming when I came in, just Maria, silent, and the TV still running. I reached for my phone with shaking hands, called 911. I remember my voice cracked when I said the address. I don't remember what I told them beyond that. Then I noticed the back door. It was shut, but not latched, the kind of half-close you do when you're in a hurry. I didn't touch it. I didn't move toward it. I just stared, and that's when I heard it. Footsteps. Not inside, outside. Moving quickly along the side of the house, toward the front. I stepped into the living room and caught a glimpse through the front window. Someone jogging, almost running. Not Carlos. Taller, slimmer, wearing a hoodie even though it was almost 80 degrees out. I opened the door and stepped out. But by the time I looked around the corner, the gray sedan was gone. Just an empty patch of curb where it had been parked minutes earlier. The police showed up fast. I must have sounded panicked enough on the call. They took over the house, sectioned it off, started asking questions. I gave them everything I knew, what time I came home, what I saw, the car I noticed. They asked about Carlos, when I'd seen him last, what their relationship had been like, if there had been any fights recently. I told them the truth, that things had been tense, but I didn't know anything specific. They took my statement, told me not to leave town, and that someone would be in touch. I stayed in a hotel that night. Couldn't go back in, not after seeing her on the floor like that. Carlos didn't show up that day, or the next. He was officially listed as a person of interest after they couldn't get hold of him. A week later, they found his phone dumped near a gas station 2 towns over. Still on, battery nearly dead. No sign of him. They traced the gray sedan to a guy named Luis. Friend of Carlos's, just like I'd guessed. Luis denied everything. Claimed he hadn't seen Carlos in weeks. But surveillance showed the car outside our place that same afternoon. No footage of who was driving, though. Just the car parked. Still, the TV had been turned to a cooking channel, some kind of baking competition. They left it playing during the whole initial sweep, I think, to preserve the scene. But I remember standing outside on the porch, hearing it spill through the cracked window, cheerful and stupid. I tried going back once, just to grab my stuff. The kitchen had been cleaned, scrubbed, repainted even, but I couldn't step inside, not past the doorway. I left most of my things. Maria's family moved her stuff out a few weeks later. I never spoke to them. Didn't know them well. Didn't know her that well either. That's the thing that sticks with me. You live with someone, share walls, hear them laugh or cry through thin plaster, and still you don't know the half of it. Carlos was never found. Some say he fled to Mexico. Others think he might have ended up dead himself. But I think about that door left half open, the footsteps, the car pulling away fast enough to blur. I think about the timing, how I wasn't supposed to be home, how 10 more minutes could have meant walking into an empty house, or walking in while someone else was still inside. I still hear the television sometimes. In my head, loud, fake, a laugh track against something terrible. It started with a faint scratching noise coming from Ethan's baby monitor. At first, I thought it might be static, maybe interference from our Wi-Fi or some harmless anomaly in the signal. It was late, 2:30 a.m. to be exact, and I was half asleep on the couch with a half-folded load of laundry in my lap. My husband was away on a business trip, and I'd stayed up later than usual, trying to enjoy the quiet. The sound persisted. I leaned closer to the monitor's small speaker, expecting to hear the soft rise and fall of my son's breathing. But instead, I heard it, a low whisper, just one word, drawn out like a sigh through the speaker. No, clear as day, in a voice that didn't belong to my son. I froze. Ethan was only 4 years old. He couldn't whisper like that. Not so calmly. Not without waking up crying or calling for me. And he never said no in his sleep. I stood, the laundry spilling onto the carpet, and walked toward the hallway. Ethan's room was at the far end, past the kitchen, past the stairs. I stopped outside his door and listened. Nothing. Just silence. I opened it carefully. The nightlight cast a warm orange glow on the walls. His blankets were bunched near his feet, his favorite stuffed rabbit lying face up on the floor. But he wasn't in his bed. He was curled up in the corner, on the floor, pressed tight against the baseboard like he was trying to disappear. His eyes were wide open, unfocused. When I knelt down and whispered his name, he didn't respond. I had to touch his arm before he blinked, like he was waking from someplace far away. He looked up at me and said flatly, "She won't let me sleep in there." I didn't ask what he meant. Not right away. I picked him up and carried him back to my room, tucking him under my quilt and staying beside him until I felt his breathing slow. My heart didn't slow, though. I watched the clock crawl past 3, then 3:30, and still I couldn't get that voice out of my head. The next morning, I checked the monitor's recording feature. It had a motion detection clip from 2:28 a.m. I hit play. There was nothing but the room, empty. Ethan had already moved to the corner by then. The blankets on his bed were still and undisturbed. But 20 seconds in, the comforter lifted slightly, as if someone was shifting underneath. There was no one there. Then the voice came again. No. Exactly as I'd heard it. Soft. Low. Intentional. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. I didn't want to be the paranoid parent who jumped at shadows. But that night, Ethan refused to even go near his room. He stood at the threshold and shook his head, clutching the stuffed rabbit so hard his fingers went white. "She's in there," he whispered. By the bed, I slept with him in the guest room that night. And the night after, the third night, I tried to gently coax him back. I opened the door in front of him, turned on the lights, showed him the empty space, but he clung to my hand and refused to take a single step in. I tried to explain it away. Maybe it was night terrors or a phase. Kids were imaginative. Everyone says that. But I knew my son. He wasn't prone to storytelling. He didn't have imaginary friends or fears of monsters. And he'd always slept soundly in that room. Until now. On the fifth night, I decided to sleep in his room myself. Just me. I told him I was testing the monitor to make sure it wasn't broken. He didn't argue. He only said, "Don't close your eyes all the way." I didn't know what that meant. I set up the monitor again and left the receiver on the nightstand. The room felt colder than the rest of the house. Not freezing, just off. I wrapped myself in his dinosaur comforter and waited. At exactly 2:30 a.m., the air changed. There's no better way to describe it. The silence grew heavy, like it had mass. I opened my eyes fully and looked toward the monitor screen. The audio was quiet. No whispers, no movement. Then the bedding shifted. Not much, just a ripple, like someone had turned over next to me. But there was no one there. I held my breath. The blankets moved again, this time near the foot of the bed, as if something heavy had settled there. The whisper came next. Not from the monitor, from behind me. A breath in my ear. "She's mine." I turned so fast I nearly fell out of the bed. The room was empty. Nothing near the door. Nothing near the closet. Nothing under the bed. I grabbed the monitor and fled, barely remembering to turn off the light. After that, I stopped trying to fix it. We moved Ethan permanently into the guest room. I told my husband it was temporary. I told myself it was just a phase. I tried to believe it. But the old room stayed empty, and still the monitor picked up things. Shifts in the blankets. Whispers. Sometimes I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye when I passed the hallway at night. A flicker of something by the doorframe. Once the monitor screen glitched and showed a silhouette seated on the edge of the bed. Just for a second, but long enough that I dropped the thing. I stopped checking the footage after that. I kept the door closed. Taped it shut eventually. Ethan never asked about it. He'd walk past it without looking, like the space had ceased to exist. Months later, during a storm, the power flickered and reset our monitor settings. The old feed came back online by accident. I was in the kitchen when the screen lit up. The room was still empty, blankets flat, air still. But then, as I watched, the mattress sank slightly, like someone had sat down. No audio this time. Just a faint imprint of pressure on an undisturbed bed. I turned the monitor off and unplugged it. Ethan's now 6. He doesn't talk about the room. I've never pushed him to. It's still there, untouched. A room sealed by silence and the weight of things we can't explain. Sometimes at night I walk past it and feel the cold seeping through the doorframe. She's still in there. Whoever or whatever she is, waiting quietly, whispering things only the walls can hear. I found Dave in our backyard just past midnight, not walking through it, standing still, facing our house about 20 feet from Ethan's window. He didn't flinch when the porch light hit him, didn't wave, didn't say a word, just turned his head a few inches as if acknowledging me, and stood there. I didn't ask what he was doing. I didn't move closer. I just told him, calmly but loud enough to cut through the cold air, that he needed to go home. He didn't respond. After a moment, he turned and walked back through the bushes that separated our yards, slipping into his own like he'd never left. The next morning, I found the footprints. A single set spaced unnaturally even, pressed into the frost-darkened grass beneath Ethan's bedroom window. They weren't fresh. The frost had melted slightly beneath them, then refrozen several nights old at least. They didn't match my boots or my wife's shoes. They led from the back fence to the base of the wall, then stopped. I didn't tell Ethan. He was only 6, and a jumpy sleeper to begin with. But I did talk to Carol. She lived 2 doors down, had known Dave since they were kids. She always gave off the impression that she knew more about the neighborhood than she let on. When I mentioned Dave being in our yard, her face didn't change. She didn't ask why he was there. Instead, she said he asked me if Ethan had been sick, said he hadn't seen him playing out front lately. That hit me sideways. Ethan never played out front. He was either in the backyard or inside. We never let him near the street. The only people who'd know his routines were the ones watching from the back, from somewhere they shouldn't be. The next night, I stayed up, sat in the living room with the lights off, the blinds cracked just enough to watch the backyard. Nothing happened, just the wind pushing branches around, the occasional flash of a neighbor's motion light flicking on for no reason. But the night after that, I saw movement. A figure. Again, near Ethan's window. I stepped out with a flashlight. This time, I didn't speak first. I swept the light across the yard and caught the shape mid-step. Someone crouching low to the ground. The beam froze him, and for a moment we just stared at each other. It was Dave again. This time he ran, through the hedge, over the back fence, into the dark. That was enough. I called the police. Told them everything I'd seen, what Carol had told me. The footprints, the late-night visits. They sent someone out. Took photos, checked the footprints. Said they'd patrol more often, but there wasn't much they could do unless he was caught doing something specific. So I waited again. I didn't sleep much. Every creak in the floorboards made me sit up. Every rustle outside pulled me to the window. On the 3rd night after the police visit, I saw flashlights sweep across the backyards, 2 houses down. Then a voice called out, quiet but firm, and the sound of someone running. They caught him trying to climb back over Carol's fence. He'd been carrying a small notepad, a pencil stub, and what looked like an old key, rusted, heavy, maybe brass. The officer said he wasn't making much sense, just kept repeating Ethan's name, like a song stuck in his throat. They took him in for observation. After that, Carol didn't speak to me much. I think she blamed me, somehow, like I should have handled it differently. She kept her curtains drawn tighter. Dave's house stayed dark. When we checked Ethan's window the next morning, we found something tucked under the sill, a folded piece of paper, torn from the notepad Dave had been carrying. On it, in shaky block letters, was a single sentence: "He's safer when I watch." I don't know what Dave thought he was doing. I don't know if he meant harm, or if he believed he was protecting Ethan from something. But the line between watching and trespassing had been crossed long before that note, and I couldn't afford to wait for it to blur again. We replaced the fence, installed cameras. Ethan never knew the full story, just that someone had been sneaking around, and the police had made sure it wouldn't happen again. He still sleeps with the curtains drawn tight. Sometimes when I check the backyard late at night, I half expect to see a figure standing there, watching through the glass. I was coming out of the gym just after 10 p.m., and the parking lot was mostly empty. There were maybe 4 other cars scattered across the far end of the lot, their windshields catching the glow of the overhead lights. The night was cold and dry, one of those evenings where the silence feels stretched too thin, like a rubber band ready to snap. I'd parked closer to the side exit than usual, wanting a quick way out since the place had been getting sketchier after dark. I had my gym bag over one shoulder and keys ready in hand. I don't dawdle after workouts, never liked hanging around sweaty and exposed in an open lot, especially not at night. I made it halfway to my car when I noticed him. A man standing between two compact cars, facing me directly. He wasn't walking, just standing there with his hands in his jacket pockets like he'd been waiting. I veered slightly, adjusting my path to give him a wide berth. There was no reason for anyone to be loitering like that. I clocked his eyes following me, head not moving, just the eyes. My gut did that subtle twist it does when something's off. "Hey, sorry, real quick," he called out as I passed. I kept walking. Hey you, he called again, more forcefully. "I just need a second. You good to help me out?" I didn't answer. I've learned that when someone opens like that, no context, just vague appeals for help. They're usually not after anything good. I approached my car, a black SUV, and unlocked it without looking back. The gym bag hit the passenger seat with a thud. As I started to close the door, he was suddenly closer. Too close, maybe 10 feet away now. I hadn't heard him move. "You from around here?" he asked. I turned, one hand still on the door, the other curling tighter around my keys. The metal pressed into my palm. I scanned the lot again. Still empty. No staff milling around. No other stragglers heading to their cars. Just me, him, and the distant whine of a highway off-ramp. "Look, I've got a place just a couple blocks down," he continued. "You seem cool. You don't have to go right now or nothing. Just thought maybe you'd want to hang out." I stared at him, not answering. He had that loose, too casual tone. The kind people use when they're trying too hard to sound harmless. His jacket was unzipped, revealing a stained white tee, hands still in the pockets. He wasn't twitchy, but there was something too deliberate about the way he stood, like he was playing normal, not being it. I opened the driver door wider and stepped between it and the car. "I'm not interested," I said. "Flat?" He smiled without teeth. "Come on, I'm being real with you. It's just down the road. Nobody's there but me. We could talk, have a drink or something. You look like you could use one." I said no. I didn't raise my voice, just made sure each word landed solid. His face changed, barely, but I saw it. The way someone recalculates, like a predator remeasuring distance to a moving target. He took a step forward. I slammed the door shut and pivoted slightly so my right side was angled toward him. I didn't run, didn't shout. I reached back into the side pocket of my gym bag and pulled out the small canister of pepper gel I always carry. Held it low, hidden by the car door, finger sliding onto the safety. That's when he made the mistake. He stepped around the front of my car, closing the distance faster than I expected, hand still buried in that damn jacket. I moved back a half step and raised the spray. "I will use this," I warned. That stopped him. For a second, his mouth twitched. "What? Really? That's a bit much, don't you think? I'm just trying to talk." "You blocked my path. You followed me. You kept pushing after I said no. Step back now." For a second, he just looked at me. Then he smiled again, and this time it was worse. Wide, fake, stretched too far. "You're not the only one out here tonight, you know. Someone else might not be as nice as me." That line was too rehearsed, like he'd used it before. Maybe more than once. I didn't flinch. I raised the canister slightly so he could see it clearly. He didn't move, but the smile dropped. "You're lucky," he muttered. "You're lucky you had that." I didn't reply. He turned abruptly and walked off between the cars, not looking back, not hurrying either, just strolling like nothing had happened. I waited until he was well across the lot before I got in, locked the doors. I sat there for a few seconds, breathing slow, watching his shape recede into the shadows near the far fence. He didn't get into a car, just kept walking until he disappeared around the corner of the building. I drove straight to the main road and didn't stop until I was 3 exits down, parked under a gas station canopy lit up like daylight. That's where I finally let myself shake. Not much, just enough to get it out. I still don't know what he wanted. I don't care. What mattered was that I saw him. I mean, really saw him. Not just a man asking for help. Not just someone trying to talk. I saw the way he watched for openings. I saw the way he closed space when I didn't engage. and I saw how quickly his tone could shift when he realized he wasn't in control. He was practiced. Not polished, but practiced. I've run through the whole thing again and again. Maybe he would have left me alone eventually. Maybe he was just lonely or high or delusional. But that's not the bet I'm ever going to make. I was lucky that night. Not because I had spray on hand, or because I didn't freeze up. I was lucky because I trusted the feeling that something was wrong, and I didn't give him the second chance he was clearly hoping for. I don't park on that side anymore. I stopped going to that gym within the month, changed my routine, changed my hours, not out of fear, but because I won't let someone like that get close enough to try again. He saw me as a target, but I made sure the last thing he saw was someone ready to fight back. We were 2 days into rehearsals when we noticed the drag marks. Austin found them first, out in the north hallway of the farmhouse. That wing hadn't been used in years. No furniture, just dust. Dead flies and brittle bits of leaves that must have blown in from the broken window near the back stairwell. He called us over, crouched low, his hand hovering above a long, smooth line, etched through the gray film on the floor. No footsteps nearby, just a single continuous trail. Like something heavy had been pulled down the hallway and out of sight. We stood there for a while, each of us trying to come up with a reason not to care. Maybe it was just a raccoon. Maybe a draft caught a rug and dragged it. We wanted to laugh it off, but there was nothing in that hallway that could have made those marks. And the drag was too straight, too clean. Something or someone had moved through there. Brandon shrugged and went back to tuning his guitar. Tyler gave me a look like he wanted me to say something reassuring, but I didn't have anything. We'd rented the farmhouse for its isolation and acoustics. Brandon insisted the old wooden beams and stone floors would give our new recordings a raw, live feel. I was just happy to get out of the city for a while. The place was an hour from the nearest gas station, surrounded by overgrown fields and a patchy tree line that always seemed closer than it should have been. We didn't talk about the marks again. Not that day. That night, during practice, the scent hit us all at once. It wasn't just must or mildew. It was sharper, wet, rotten like meat left out in the sun. Brandon gagged and dropped his pick. Austin muttered something and opened the windows, but it didn't help. The smell was already in the room, curling up from the floorboards, seeping through the walls. It coated the back of my throat like grease. For a minute, I thought I was going to be sick. Tyler walked the perimeter of the room, sniffing near the baseboards, then outside, then back again. Nothing. No dead animal. No clogged vent. Just that smell, steady and patient, like it was waiting for us to get used to it. We took a break after that. Brandon needed air. I just wanted quiet. I sat on the porch with my coffee and watched the tree line sway in the breeze. Though I couldn't feel any wind, the trees were too still. And I noticed it then. The figure, it stood just beyond the line where the tall grass met the trees, fixed, completely motionless. Too far to see clearly, but I could make out the contrast. Black shape against the lighter bark. The line of its shoulders, the slight tilt of a head. I thought it was a scarecrow at first, maybe someone's leftover prank. But it wasn't there earlier, I would have seen it. It didn't move. Not when I stood. Not when I walked halfway out into the yard. I called out, but the sound felt swallowed. Austin came out a minute later, phone in hand, asking about the Wi-Fi. I pointed, but the figure was gone. He said I must have been looking at a branch. That night, I barely slept. We rehearsed again the next evening, this time in the front parlor, trying to avoid the smell in the back room. It didn't help. Halfway through our second run, Brandon stopped mid-chord. The scent was back, stronger now. We threw open every window and door, let the cold night air pour in, but it stayed, always hovering just behind us. And worse, the drag marks were spreading. They showed up in the kitchen next, then the narrow hallway leading to the old cellar door. Always one trail, always fresh. Tyler laid down tape to try and catch the outline of whatever was moving, but the tape was never disturbed, just the dust, a clear swath cut through like someone had cleaned a path with a damp cloth. Austin set up a camera near the kitchen. Motion activated. We checked it the next day. Nothing. It hadn't recorded a thing. On the fourth night, Brandon saw the figure. We were setting up to record, and he was testing levels by the window when he froze. He didn't say anything, just stared. I followed his line of sight. It was closer this time, maybe 30 feet from the house. Still at the tree line. Same posture, same complete stillness. Brandon backed away from the window. The rest of us went out front, but by then it was gone. That night, the smell was so strong I couldn't stay inside. I slept in my car, windows cracked, keys in the ignition. I didn't care how paranoid it looked. I needed the escape hatch. At around 2 a.m., something brushed against the side of the car. Not a knock, not a tap. A brush, like someone dragging their hand along the metal. I sat up straight, heart pounding, staring out into the dark. I could see the house. All the lights were still on. No movement, just the shape of the farmhouse looming in the distance, and the sound of the wind through the grass. I didn't sleep again. The next day, we called it. Brandon wanted to pack up. Tyler argued, said we were being dramatic, but none of us had eaten much, and our rehearsals were falling apart. We were on edge, snapping at each other over nothing. We decided to record one last take that night and leave in the morning. The sun went down fast. By the time we finished tuning, it was full dark outside. No moon, just the porch light and the glow from our amps. Halfway through our second track, the power went out. Not a flicker, a full cut amps, lights, everything. Silence fell like a dropped curtain. Then we heard the creak of the back door. It was subtle, like the sound of wood easing open under its own weight. We stood there, frozen, eyes wide in the dark. Tyler grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam wavered as he moved through the kitchen toward the back. "Stay close," I whispered, mostly to myself. We found the door ajar. The scent poured in like a wave. Tyler backed up fast, gagging. I held my breath and stepped forward just enough to push the door shut. The lock clicked, but it didn't feel like a win. When we turned, the drag marks were in the kitchen again, fresh, glistening slightly in the beam from the phone. They led from the base of the back door all the way to the cellar entrance. The cellar door was open. Brandon started whispering, "No," over and over. I put a hand on his arm, but he jerked away. Austin stood by the table, pale, unmoving. Tyler shone his light down the stairs. Nothing. Just black. We backed out slowly, got in our cars. No one said anything. I drove the hour back to town in silence, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds. I half expected to see a figure in the back seat or on the road behind me, but there was nothing. We met at a diner just after dawn, sat in a booth by the window and stared at our coffees. Tyler finally broke the silence. It was watching us. We nodded. No one argued. I haven't gone back to that house. Neither has anyone else. But sometimes when I'm walking home from a late gig, I catch the scent again. Faint, but sharp, like something rotten following the wind. And sometimes in the park across the street from my apartment, I swear I see a figure standing still beneath the trees. Too far to see clearly, too motionless to be normal. I don't remember hearing the wind. That's what stuck with me later. You'd expect to hear it in the trees, feel it dragging cold fingers across your skin. But that night, in the woods behind Jesse's backyard fence, there was no sound at all, just the crunch of our own steps, and the occasional whisper between me and Tom as we looked for Jesse. It started as a dumb idea, night tag in the woods. Jesse's house backed right up to a stretch of state land, thick with pine and mostly unused except by deer and the odd hunter. We'd done it a dozen times before. Flashlight tag, dares, even a drunken Ouija board thing one summer. Nothing ever happened. It always felt stupid in the morning. This time, it was different. Jesse had gotten a new spotlight, one of those high beam LEDs, and wanted to test it. He swore it could hit a raccoon's eyes from 100 yards. Tom and I were game, even if it was late. We crossed through the gate in his fence around 9, climbed the little ridge where the lawn met the woods, and disappeared under the canopy. The game was simple. One person hides, the others count to 60 at the edge of the yard. Jesse volunteered to go first. We turned our backs and listened to him run off branches, snapping, leaves rustling, and then nothing. When the time was up, we clicked on our lights and followed. We weren't worried at first. Jesse was good at this. He liked to climb trees, wedge himself between boulders, disappear into holes that should have been too small. We started calling out after 15 minutes, just to speed things up. No answer. Not even a joke shout or rustle to mess with us. That's when Tom got serious. He stopped walking and aimed his light around like he was scanning for something more than just a hiding spot. "You think he's trying to scare us?" I asked. Tom didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Did you hear him run?" "Yeah," I said, when he took off. "No, after that, I hadn't." We looked around. The forest wasn't huge, but it was dense. Pine needles underfoot. A few deer trails, nothing manicured. The further in we went, the darker it got. The LED lights pushed back the black in narrow cones, but beyond that, the trees swallowed everything. Then I saw something. I didn't hear it. I didn't feel it. Just a flicker at the very edge of my left eye. A pale shape. Maybe a shoulder, maybe nothing. I spun and pointed my light, but there was only trees. Still, my heart rate kicked up. I didn't say anything to Tom. We kept walking, calling Jesse's name. Maybe 20 minutes had passed. Then Tom froze and whispered, "Shh." I stopped, expecting to hear Jesse laugh or crack a branch to mess with us. Instead, Tom turned slowly and aimed his light behind us. "Did you see that?" he asked. I lied. No, but I had only this time it had been on the right side. We both stood there listening. No wind, no animals, no insects, just silence and our breathing. I wanted to call out again, but couldn't make myself speak. Tom finally moved forward, motioning for me to follow. We kept our lights forward now, walking slowly, more like we were on patrol than playing a game. Another few minutes passed, and then I noticed something strange. We weren't circling back toward the fence. We weren't going deeper either. It felt like we were walking in the same loop, same stump, same low-hanging branch. Tom kept ducking under. I started to feel claustrophobic, like the woods were folding around us. "Jesse," Tom shouted suddenly. We waited. There was a sound, not a voice. Something lighter, crackling, not from in front of us, from behind. We turned in unison and raised our lights. Nothing. I didn't want to ask the question, but I did anyway. "Are we being followed?" Tom didn't answer. He just started walking again, faster. I stayed close. The path narrowed, brush closing in. My arm scraped against something dry and brittle. Then just ahead, Tom stopped so fast I bumped into him. "Look," he whispered. In the dirt ahead, scuffed and partly covered by leaves, was a shoe. Jesse's. We both recognized it, bright red sole, dirty white canvas. Only one. I picked it up. It was damp. "Why would he take it off?" I asked. Tom shook his head. No way he'd lose it unless he trailed off. We stood there, both lights sweeping the area. I caught the edge of something again. Movement, but not near the ground. Up in the trees, I pointed. There. Tom looked, but whatever it was had gone. This time I told him what I saw. "Up?" he asked. I nodded. We didn't talk about what that could mean. We just started moving faster, not running, but not far from it. Another 10 minutes. Then the woods opened slightly into a hollow low ground ringed with trees. It felt wrong. I didn't want to go down into it, but Tom stepped forward, so I followed. That's when we heard it. A sound like someone breathing through their teeth. Sharp. Almost a hiss. Tom raised his light. There was something on the far edge of the hollow. Not a person. Not an animal. Just a shape. A little too tall. Too narrow. As the light hit it, it moved. Not away. Closer. I don't remember deciding to run. I just did. Back the way we came, not checking if Tom was behind me. My breath tore in and out, branches whipping past. My flashlight shook in my hand, bouncing light off trunks and limbs. Then I heard Tom yell. It wasn't words, just a shout, short and sharp. I stopped, turned to rectum. Nothing, only trees, and the dark behind me. My chest hurt. I could feel my own pulse in my ears. I raised the light, trying to see any path, any landmark. Nothing looked familiar. I called his name. Silence. I turned again. No idea which way the fence was now. Every direction looked the same. I picked one and walked. I told myself I'd go 30 steps, then reassess. But I couldn't count. My legs kept moving. The silence felt louder now, like pressure against my ears. Then I saw another flicker off to the side, low to the ground. I whipped the light toward it and froze. It was another shoe. Jesse's other one. But it wasn't on the ground. It was wedged in the crook of a tree branch, 6 feet off the ground. Too high to fall into. Too deliberate. I backed away. Slowly. Turned. Something stood about 20 feet ahead, half shielded by a tree. I could see just enough to tell it wasn't Tom, and it wasn't Jesse. Too tall, too still. My light flickered. I didn't breathe. It moved, stepping behind another tree. Soundless. I turned again and ran. My foot caught on something. I fell hard, light skittering away. The world spun. Bark and dirt in my mouth. I reached for the flashlight, grabbed it, and when I raised it, I was facing the fence. Just there through the trees, barely visible in the pale light. Jesse's backyard. I ran. I didn't stop until I hit the gate, fumbled with the latch, and collapsed inside. I don't know how long I waited. I left the gate open, left the light on, just sat there on the grass, watching the woods. Tom came out of them maybe 20 minutes later, alone. No Jesse. His face was white, eyes wide. He didn't speak, just sat beside me. The police searched the woods. Dogs, volunteers, drones. They found nothing. Not the shoes, not a body, not a sign of Jesse. They asked us if he ran away. We said no. They asked if we'd been drinking. We hadn't. They asked if we were sure we'd seen someone else out there. We were, but even now, I can't describe the figure. Only the shape. Only the way it stayed just outside the light. Just outside knowing. I still see it sometimes. In the corners when I'm tired. When I look too long into shadows and expect nothing back. Sometimes it's there. I was heading west on I-70, somewhere between Salina and the Colorado line, a stretch of highway where the horizon folds in on itself like a long gray ribbon. The stars were out barely, just pinholes through a gauze of high cloud cover. The road was quiet, except for the low hum of my tires and the occasional buzz from a moth slapping against my windshield. I had the cruise control set at 68, both hands on the wheel, eyes scanning out of habit more than urgency. It was just after 2 a.m. when I first saw the vehicle. A van, maybe 20 car lengths ahead. Its taillights kept wobbling, not weaving across lanes exactly, but drifting. A slow left, correction, slow right. The kind of motion you'd expect from someone trying not to fall asleep. I watched it for a while, waiting for it to either straighten out or swerve into a ditch. Instead, it veered abruptly onto an off-ramp, without signaling. I let off the gas. It was one of those forgotten exits that led to little more than a turnout or an abandoned rest stop. No signage, no lights. I don't know why I followed. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe I wanted to make sure no one needed help. Or maybe it was just the night, the kind that wraps around your thoughts and makes you think you're supposed to see something. The ramp curved down into a patch of gravel wide enough for semis to park. At the far end, under a set of dead floodlights, the van had stopped. The brake lights had gone out, and it just sat there. No one got out. No dome light came on. I rolled in slow, engine idling, and stopped a good 30 yards back. At first I thought it was abandoned, but then I saw the figures. There were people inside, at least 5, maybe more. I could make out their silhouettes through the side windows, sitting completely still, front seat, middle row, back, all facing forward. Not one of them moved, not even a shift or a turn of the head, just shadows in seats, like mannequins left out for a prank or a film shoot that wrapped years ago. I turned off my engine, opened my window. The air was dry, still, no sound but the occasional tick of my cooling engine. I waited. Nothing changed. The van didn't rock. No one opened a door or turned to look. Just stillness. I leaned out a little, squinting at the rearview mirror on the driver's side. The angle wasn't great, but it gave me a better view of the front seat. The driver was slumped slightly forward, hands on the wheel, passenger upright, both motionless. That's when Mark pulled up behind me. I hadn't seen his car in the rear view, but there he was, an old green Subaru with a roof box, headlights off. He parked to my right, got out quietly, and came around the front of my car, hands in his jacket pockets. I knew him only vaguely from a gas station earlier that night. We'd nodded at each other, both reaching for the same pack of gum. Now here he was again, mouth pulled into a tight line. "You saw them too?" he asked. I nodded. They just parked and sat there, haven't moved since. He took a few steps forward, stopping when he reached the edge of the lightless stretch between us and the van. His shoulders were hunched, like he didn't want to see what he was seeing. "How many do you count?" 6, maybe 7, he exhaled through his nose. I counted 9. I looked again. It was hard to tell. Some of the figures blended into one another in the dimness. They sat too still. No one checking their phone, no one turning their head, just seated, like props, but too detailed for that. The curve of a neck, a strand of hair against glass. Then, one of them twitched. It was the figure in the far back, passenger side. A sudden jerk shoulder to neck, like someone waking from a nightmare or fighting off a seizure. The others didn't react, didn't move at all. I pulled my door shut without thinking and hit the lock button. Mark stepped back. "You saw that?" he asked, voice low. I nodded again. Yeah, there was something off about the way it moved. Not just the suddenness, but the timing. Like it didn't come from within, but from a string being pulled at just the wrong angle. We watched for another minute. No further motion. But the tension in the air didn't ease. If anything, it tightened. Mark walked back to his car. He didn't say anything else. Just got in, started it up, and reversed slowly back toward the on-ramp. I stayed a little longer. I don't know why. Maybe I expected the van to pull away. Maybe I thought if I watched long enough something would make sense. But nothing did. The more I stared, the less human the figures felt. Like their outlines were too perfect, too still. Like they were holding a pose that no one could maintain naturally. Another twitch. Same figure. This time the head tilted sideways, quick and sharp. Then stillness again. That broke it for me. I reversed without checking my mirrors, gravel popping under my tires. When I reached the top of the ramp, I glanced back. The van hadn't moved, but one of the figures, middle row behind the driver, was turned now, face pressed to the glass. No light, no detail, just the shape of a head, slightly cocked. Watching, I didn't stop again, until I hit a truck plaza 20 miles up. The lot was mostly empty. I parked under the brightest light I could find, and sat there with the engine running. Mark pulled in a few minutes later, parked 3 spaces down. We didn't talk, just nodded through the windows like nothing had happened. Eventually I kept driving. The sun came up around Lyman, tinting the plains in that faint gold that makes you think the world is still okay. But I never saw the van again. No mention on the news, no accident reports, no missing persons bulletins. Just a slumped driver, 8 unmoving passengers, and a twitch that didn't belong. The first time I noticed him, I was walking out of the public restroom by the poolside. It was a typical Florida afternoon. humid and buzzing with the kind of casual chaos that comes with a full-capacity family resort. Parents were chasing toddlers, lifeguards were rotating shifts, and the tiki bar speakers played a steel drum rendition of some pop song. Ethan had run off with his goggles hours ago, promising he'd stay within the shallow end. He was good about that sort of thing, especially since our mom passed. I guess he knew I was doing double duty. Brother and parent rolled into one. I pushed the bathroom door open, and there he was, leaning against the tiled wall near the hand dryers, arms crossed, staring too hard. He didn't look like a guest. His clothes were wrong for the setting. Long-sleeved button-up, dark jeans, shoes with dust on them. Who wears dark jeans at a resort in July? He didn't speak at first, just looked me up and down. I reached for the paper towels, but he stepped forward slightly, cutting off my exit. That's when he asked, real low and direct, "Got any spare cash?" Something about his voice felt off. Not the tone, more the delivery, like he'd practiced it and didn't quite believe it himself. I told him no, and tried to sidestep, but he pressed again, this time faster, like he needed to get the words out before I walked away. "It's not for drugs or anything, I just need gas money. My wallet got stolen, my car's in the lot." I glanced back at the door. "Talk to the front desk," I told him. "They've got protocols." He didn't move, just stared, jaw clenched, like he was deciding something. Then he nodded once, backed off, and said, Yeah, okay. Thanks anyway." The moment I stepped back into the sun, the air felt too bright, too loud. Ethan's head popped out from the pool, and he waved. I forced a smile and waved back. Maybe the guy was harmless. Maybe he was telling the truth. But the way he'd stood too close, too still, set something in my chest humming. I let it go. That night, around 6, Ethan and I went to grab food from one of the snack bars near the arcade. He darted inside, excited about some game tokens, and I waited outside near the valet circle, checking messages. That's when I saw the car. It was a silver 4-door sedan, the kind of make that blends in everywhere. No bumper stickers, no distinguishing marks, just clean and forgettable. But the guy from the bathroom was behind the wheel. He wasn't looking at me. He was watching the hotel entrance like he was waiting for someone to come out. His posture was different now, no longer playing the part of a desperate guy down on his luck. He looked focused, alert. I crossed to a bench where I could still see him without being obvious. 10 minutes passed, then 15. He didn't leave, didn't get out, didn't make a call, just sat there with the engine running. That same dull unease settled in my gut again. Maybe it was nothing, but nothing had a habit of turning into something, especially when you were responsible for a younger sibling. Back inside, I flagged one of the security guys near the front desk, told him I saw someone lingering in the lot, acting strange. I didn't dramatize it, just gave a description. Mentioned the encounter in the restroom. He took a note on a clipboard and gave me a polite nod. Said they'd take a look. Ethan was already tugging my arm, asking for quarters for air hockey. I tried to shift back into Big Brother mode, but I kept glancing outside. The car was gone. Later, back in the room, I couldn't sleep. I told myself I was overreacting. I watched some late-night cartoon with Ethan, until he fell asleep with his mouth open and one sock half off. I turned the volume down and stared at the ceiling. That guy's face wouldn't leave my head. The next afternoon, the resort felt a little quieter. I hadn't seen the car again. The incident was already fading in my mind when I caught sight of a security guard walking briskly across the lobby with 2 police officers in tow. Something about their pace, urgent but controlled, caught my attention. They weren't rushing, but they weren't idling either, and they weren't heading toward any guests. A few minutes later, a hotel staffer I'd spoken to earlier passed by with a phone to his ear, eyes darting. He paused when he saw me. "Hey, you're the guy who mentioned the silver sedan yesterday, right?" I nodded. He glanced over his shoulder and lowered his voice. "Good instinct. That guy wasn't supposed to be here. Said he was a solicitor from a local charity. Claimed he had a meeting with management. No appointment on file. And the plates on his car didn't match the registration." Something behind my ribs went cold. I asked, "They arrest him?" The staffer gave a tight nod. Caught him trying to talk to a couple of kids near the vending machines earlier. One of the moms got uncomfortable and flagged security. When they approached, he got evasive. That's when they called it in. I sat down hard on one of the lobby couches. Ethan was still at the activity center, probably oblivious to all of it. I kept thinking about that moment in the restroom, the too close stance, the weird insistence. He hadn't looked at me like someone asking for help. He'd looked like someone trying to figure out how much resistance he'd get. Later that evening, security gave me a formal thank you and mentioned they'd included my report in the official statement to the police. The officers didn't share much, just that he had a record and was wanted for questioning in another county. The silver sedan was impounded. I watched it get loaded onto a flatbed from the balcony of our room, the light fading into dusk behind it. Ethan sat beside me with a popsicle, swinging his legs. I didn't tell him everything, just enough to make sure he'd be more cautious around strangers. That was the end of it, at least for us. No one got hurt, nothing made the news, but the story plays on a loop in my head when I least expect it. Not because of what happened, but because of what almost did. One wrong move, one distracted minute, and the ending might have been different. It started with a wrong turn. At least that's what I told myself when we first noticed the headlights trailing behind us after dinner. We'd just left the diner on 8th Street. Olivia had driven, but I took over since she'd had a couple of cocktails with her pancakes of all things. Zoe sat in the back flicking through her phone, music playing quietly under her breath. It was late, probably 10:30, and the streets had emptied out to that quiet hum of city life that only surfaces deep into the night. Far-off sirens, the occasional thrum of a distant train, the wind nudging garbage bags along the curb. The sedan behind us didn't flash its brights or rev its engine. Nothing overt, but it made the same turns we did, twice. Then again, when I took a right on Maple Drive, a back way none of us usually used, the car followed. I felt Olivia shift in her seat. "You see it too, right?" she asked, voice low. I nodded. Zoe's phone light flicked off. She'd gone still. We weren't far from Olivia's building, which had a private entrance through a narrow alley with a gate that locked from the inside. Normally, we parked out front and walked in through the lobby, but I didn't like the idea of this car seeing where she lived. At the next light, I made a snap decision and turned left instead of right. It was a longer route winding through a few residential blocks with tighter streets and lower light. The kind of place where motion sensors controlled porch lamps, and most driveways sat empty at this hour. The car stayed with us. Not speeding, not tailgating, just present. Always 2 car lengths behind. Engine steady, no swerves, no signs of road rage or distraction. Whoever was in there knew exactly what they were doing. I started narrating out loud, not to freak anyone out, but to ground myself. Okay, going right on Juniper. Let's see if he follows. Yep. Zoe leaned forward between the seats. What kind of car? Older Honda. Beige or silver. Can't tell in the dark. Plates are dirty, can't make them out. I didn't say what I was really thinking. This wasn't random. No one accidentally follows someone through 5 consecutive non-main road turns at night. 2 more turns, and I had the building in sight. The private entrance had an automatic gate triggered by a key fob. Olivia kept clipped to her bag. It opened slow, metal teeth parting with a grinding mechanical groan. You could hear half a block away. We needed a distraction, or at least enough distance to not show them exactly how to get in. I sped up. Not by much, but enough to create a gap. Then, at the corner of Birch and Park, I took a sudden right without signaling and pulled into the first driveway I saw. Killed the lights and reversed back out to go the other way. A classic loop fake-out. Zoe kept an eye on the rear window. Still behind us. Not fooled. They hadn't slowed, hadn't signaled. They just mirrored the turn, unhurried, as if we were the ones being predictable. We'd passed a small 24-hour laundromat and a darkened elementary school. Still behind us. Then I caught the break we needed. 3 blocks ahead, just past a construction site, a line of cars was double parked under a flickering street lamp. I pulled in fast behind the last one, cut the engine, and told the girls to duck. We waited. 2 minutes. Nothing. Then the sedan coasted past. Slower than before. Driver's side windows up. No faces visible. Just silhouettes. 2 figures, neither looking our way. But I felt them watching anyway. The car didn't stop. It rolled through the intersection and turned left, vanishing behind a row of hedges. We sat another minute. I restarted the engine and pulled back onto the road, taking a different path to the building. No sign of them. I took the alley entrance, pulling up to the gate. Olivia scrambled for her bag, found the fob and hit the button. The gate groaned open. As it did, I saw it, parked halfway down the block, engine idling, headlights off. Was the same sedan. They'd circled back. No movement inside. Just sitting there, angled slightly toward us. My hands tightened on the wheel. "Go," I said. Olivia was already halfway out. Key fob clenched in her fist like a weapon. Zoe slipped out behind her, bag slung over one shoulder, eyes never leaving the street. They entered the courtyard through the gate as I eased the car inside. I didn't look over at the sedan until the gate began to close behind us. Just before it shut, I saw one of the doors open. A figure stepped out. Tall, lean, hoodie pulled up. They didn't approach, didn't wave, just stood there, watching through the narrowing gap until the gate clicked shut with a final metallic clang. We didn't speak as we made our way upstairs to Olivia's place. Once inside, Olivia locked both the deadbolt and the chain. Zoe pulled the blinds. I shut off the lights and cracked a window to listen. Silence. Just the buzz of the street lamp and the far-off hum of traffic. I stayed the night on the couch. None of us slept much. Every creak in the building felt amplified. Every car that passed outside raised a new spike of tension. But nothing else happened. No knocks, no calls, no alarms. By morning, the sedan was gone. We filed a report, gave what little we had make, model, time, location. The officer took notes, but didn't seem hopeful. Could have been a misunderstanding, he said. Sometimes people just get lost. Sure, but I knew what I saw. That wasn't confusion. That wasn't aimless wandering. That was someone with time, patience, and a reason. We started using the main lobby entrance again, but I always checked the street before we went out. Olivia changed her parking spot every few days. Zoe started carrying pepper spray. Nothing's happened since. But sometimes, late at night, I'll find myself looking out my own window, just watching, just listening, because that feeling never fully went away. I still have the first letter pinned on the fridge. It was printed on stiff white paper, with a gold embossed city seal and a polite but unmistakably firm tone. Notice of violation, it read, regarding hedge height. According to subsection 18.3b of the Community Appearance Ordinance, my front hedge had exceeded the allowable height by 2 inches. The letter included a timestamp photo taken at midday, apparently by someone standing on the sidewalk across the street. It also included a demand: correct the violation within 10 business days or face escalating fines. I trimmed the hedge that afternoon, measured it with a carpenter's level and a yardstick, double-checked with the city's digital ordinance archive, printed the relevant page and filed it alongside the notice. I'd lived on that block for 8 years, and if there was one thing I took pride in, it was the state of my property. Grass always edged, gutters cleaned, garbage bins tucked out of sight before sundown on collection day. I thought that would be the end of it. The second notice arrived 6 days later. This time, it was a complaint about noise. Specifically, a report of loud mechanical noises coming from my garage at 3:17 a.m. on a Thursday. I was confused. There hadn't been any activity in the garage that night or any other night that week. I hadn't even driven my car for 2 days. But the notice was logged with a reference number and a copy of the filed complaint. Multiple neighbors, it said. Though no names were listed, I pulled the footage from my security camera. Motion activated, night vision capable. The garage sat in darkness, still as a tomb for the entire night. I burned the footage onto a USB stick and drove it down to City Hall the next morning. The clerk at the counter, Marissa, I think was polite but non-committal. She added the USB to a growing pile of resident-provided counter evidence and handed me a receipt. 2 weeks passed. Then another letter. This one was about the angle of my driveway's water runoff. An anonymous complaint had suggested it might be diverting rainwater improperly into the storm drain system. The letter included a diagram and language that bordered on accusatory. I spent that weekend marking slope gradients with chalk, snapping photos with a bubble level laid flat across various points of the concrete. The city inspector who came out the following week confirmed everything was within code. He was younger, probably late 20s, with a clipboard and a polite smile. Said I wasn't the only one in the neighborhood seeing a sudden uptick in violations. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. Judy across the street had been cited for a wind chime deemed excessively resonant. Marcus at the corner got written up because his recycling bin had been out 20 minutes past collection. But even as other neighbors complained, their issues faded after 1 or 2 notices. Mine kept coming. Every few days another envelope slid into my mailbox. A flower bed encroaching on the sidewalk by an inch. The exact shade of paint used on my fence being 1 tone too bright for compliance. A supposed smell of gas from my backyard barbecue grill, filed at 10:42 a.m. on a Wednesday when I was at work, and my grill hadn't been touched in over a week. Each time I've documented photos, video, time-stamped receipts. I built a binder 2 inches thick with rebuttals and proof of compliance. My wife called it overkill, said maybe I was drawing attention by being too exact, but I knew something wasn't right. There was a pattern. Every report was precise, timed, filed just close enough together that I could never quite catch a break. They weren't random complaints from annoyed neighbors. They were tactical. I started logging them chronologically on a wall calendar. Dates, times, alleged violations, actions taken. After the 8th entry, I noticed all the complaints had come in between 9 a.m. and 11:30 a.m., or between 2 and 4 p.m. Business hours, working hours. Someone had made it a part of their daily routine. I filed a Freedom of Information request with the city clerk's office, asking for access to redacted metadata, timestamps, and filing methods for the complaints lodged against my address. It took a week to come back. All but one had been submitted digitally, via the city's online code violation portal, all from the same IP address. The city wouldn't give me the exact source, citing privacy policies, but the IT department hinted the IP was local within the same municipal zone, likely on the same street. That night, I walked the block slowly, noting who had outdoor security systems, who kept to themselves, who might have a motive, but it was all speculation. I didn't want a witch hunt. I just wanted it to stop. Then came the property appraisal. A man I didn't recognize wearing a city badge showed up unannounced on a Tuesday morning. He claimed to be conducting a random survey for reassessment, asked to measure square footage, inspect the foundation. I asked for paperwork. He had none. I refused entry. He left without argument. 2 days later, a notice appeared. Failure to cooperate with a municipal appraisal. Fine pending. I called the city. They had no record of sending anyone. The badge number he gave didn't exist. I started keeping a log of every car that drove past the house during business hours. Noticed a beige sedan that circled the block 3 times a week, always around 10 a.m., always slowing in front of my driveway. The final straw came when the city sent a compliance officer for a noise complaint. Again, a 3 a.m. disturbance report. I showed him the camera footage. Nothing, not a sound. I played back the audio feed, let him listen. He was quiet. Said he'd been to 4 houses that week for noise complaints logged in the same time slot. Same complaint language, same tone. All dismissed for lack of evidence. I asked him point blank if someone could be abusing the system. He shrugged. Not unheard of. I submitted a formal petition to the city council, presenting my binder, the calendar, the metadata timeline, the USB footage. Requested an internal review. I didn't want revenge, just peace. 3 weeks passed. Then I got a call, not from the city, but from a reporter. Local beat, covering residential zoning conflicts. She'd been tipped off about a rogue compliance vigilante operating in our district. Said several homeowners had experienced similar targeted filings. I agreed to speak anonymously. Her article ran the following Sunday, a 2-page spread outlining the uptick in anonymous complaints, the digital breadcrumb trail, and the systemic failure to flag abuse of the ordinance system. She never named names. Neither did I. The article worked. For a while, the letter stopped. It's been 6 months now. The house is quiet again. No notices. No strangers measuring shrubbery. No phantom appraisers. Still, every morning I check the mailbox before the sun comes up, just in case something new has slipped in overnight. I keep the binder by the front door, updated weekly, indexed by topic, hedge height, paint tones, noise logs, a record of a conflict someone thought they could wage in silence. Somewhere on this street, someone watched every compliance, every correction, and filed again anyway. Not to fix the neighborhood, but to punish mine, and I still don't know why. The outer chain-link fence around the hospital was already falling apart, rusted and warped open in spots, like it had given up on keeping anything out or in. I remember the morning sun catching on the glass shards still wedged in the upper corners of the windows, giving off a dull shimmer like teeth. Kevin had parked a block away, just in case. Nathan brought the bolt cutters, though we didn't need them after all. The old service entrance at the north wing was buckled open, metal door pried back at the bottom as if something too wide or too heavy had forced its way through. We didn't talk much as we slipped inside. It was too early for anyone to be around, and yet the building felt awake. I had a clipboard, a digital recorder, and my field notebook, but I was already gripping them too tightly. The smell hit first, moisture, mold, and something chemical, sharp and stale. Hospitals always reek of ghosts, even without the hauntings. Officially, I was documenting structural decay in early 20th century institutional buildings. Unofficially, I was chasing down a rumor I'd heard from a city maintenance worker who claimed strange things still moved inside this place. I didn't share that last part with Kevin or Nathan. We split up an hour in, which, looking back, was the first mistake that mattered. The building was a sprawl of low, wide wings and sunken courtyards. Kevin went to the eastern side where the old pediatric unit had been. Nathan wanted to check out the admin offices upstairs. I stayed in the central hallway, following a row of doors with peeling Red Cross stickers and dust-covered observation windows. A stairwell led out near radiology. I stepped over a collapsed ceiling tile and past an overturned gurney. All the glass panels in this section had been smashed from the inside. A fire door at the end of the corridor was wedged partway open, and the hallway beyond was darker than the rest. I tried to note the water damage on the ceiling panels, but found myself just listening. Not in the casual sense, but with that held breath stillness that settles in when something's not quite right. There were no animals, too quiet for that, but there was a feeling of pressure, as if the air itself was leaning closer. I made it through radiology, and on the other side found something strange. A pile of medical files dumped across a narrow corridor. Pages fluttered and yellowed like they'd been rifled through in a hurry. Nearby, a crash cart lay on its side. The wheels were locked, but the drawer latches had all been broken, like someone had yanked them open at once. That's when I noticed the sound. At first, I thought it was my own footfalls echoing too long, but it wasn't. The rhythm was wrong. Too slow, too heavy. It came from one hallway over, off to the left where the maternity wing used to be. The footsteps were irregular, scuffing and dragging. Not boots, not shoes, just mass. Someone or something large enough to make the floor complain. I moved quietly, crouched behind a half wall where a nurse's station had once stood. The noise came closer, paused, then changed direction. I could hear it brushing against things. I could hear the soft plastic crinkle of old IV bags being nudged aside. My radio clicked. A faint whisper of static. Kevin's voice came through, hushed and distorted. He said he was headed back to the entrance. Something had spooked him. Nathan didn't respond. I stayed still. Too still. I should have moved then. Should have gone back the way I came. But curiosity tightened around my chest like a belt. When the sound faded, I crossed the corridor and ducked into the old birthing suites. The rooms were mostly stripped, but some still had rusted bed frames bolted to the floor. In one, I found a dried footprint in the dust. Bare, wide, not mine, and fresh. As if the pressure of its step had only recently settled. I turned to leave, and felt it then. That invisible line between being alone and being watched. There was a presence in that wing. Nothing I could see, but something patient, deliberate. Every sound I made felt mirrored. When I paused, it paused. When I moved, it shifted. It wasn't just echo, it was tracking. I didn't wait for a closer encounter. I cut through a side corridor that looped toward the morgue. My hand scraped along the wall, catching on torn vinyl. I passed broken lights, each casting long diagonal shadows like stretched fingers. The morgue door was slightly ajar. I should have kept going, but I pushed it open. Inside, the temperature dropped. Not just cooler, it felt stored, like a leftover cold. The stainless steel tables were gone, but the wall coolers still lined one side. Some were open. One had a pair of shoes inside, children's size, pink and dirty. I backed out slowly and turned to find the hallway behind me dark. Not fully black, but wrong. The windows on this side should have let in daylight, but everything looked dim and gray, like the color had been drained. I didn't hear footsteps anymore. I heard breath, low and slow, wet. It wasn't mine. I ran, through the corridor, down past the records room where file cabinets lay on their sides. Papers blanketed the floor like leaves. I kicked through them, slipping, catching myself on a handrail. I called for Kevin, then for Nathan. No reply. I made it back to the central hall. The light was normal again, brighter, the air less heavy. I could still hear the distant thud of my footsteps echoing back, except now I wasn't sure all of them were mine. Kevin was already at the exit, pacing. He said he'd seen something too, just a shape standing still at the end of a hall. No face, no movement, just waiting. We called out for Nathan, over and over. Nothing. I was ready to call 911 when we saw him coming down the west corridor, walking slow, head down. He was covered in dust and had scratches on both arms. But he wouldn't explain what happened. Said he got turned around. Said the stairwell he used didn't go anywhere. Said he heard us calling from rooms that weren't there. We left without speaking again. Outside, everything felt flat. Even the wind seemed careful not to touch us. That night, I listened to the recorder from my belt mic. Most of it was static and footsteps. Mine mostly. But at the 47-minute mark in the radiology wing, there was something else. Not speech. Exactly. But not just noise either. Like syllables half-formed in the back of a dry throat. I checked the tape twice more. Kevin wouldn't listen. Nathan wouldn't answer his phone. I went back 1 week later. Alone. I stayed on the first floor. Didn't go past the courtyard. But every doorway, every broken window, gave off that same feeling. As if the building itself remembered me. As if something inside was listening. Waiting. It was already past 9 when I got the notification. A small paper bag order from a Thai place I'd never heard of. Just one entree and a drink. The address popped up as a ranch-style home tucked in the bend of a quiet street. The kind of neighborhood that looked like it hadn't changed in 20 years. Night was settling heavy by then. No rain, no wind, just that still wintry kind of air where everything feels heavier, and sound carries too far. I pulled up to the house and double-checked the receipt. Right address. Cleanly typed. The porch light was on, but the windows were dark except for a flickering TV glow coming from the far end of the house. I grabbed the bag, climbed the steps, and knocked once. Waited, then again. No answer. I was about to call the number on the receipt when I heard the lock turning. The door opened just a few inches. An old woman peered out at me, the chain still in place, She looked exhausted, not just tired, but ground down, with grayish skin and wisps of white hair stuck to her face like she'd been sweating. Her eyes squinted as if the porch light hurt. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse and quiet. I didn't order anything. I held up the receipt and bag. This is 2127 Bramble Way, right? Yes, she said without hesitation. But then she shook her head. No one here ordered anything. I live alone. Something in her tone was strange. Not annoyed, not even confused, just weary. Like she'd had this conversation before. I checked the bag again. The receipt listed no name, just online order and the address. I asked her if maybe someone in her household placed it for her. She just looked at me for a long second, then said again, "There's no one else here." She didn't ask what the food was. She didn't look at the drink or take the receipt to confirm. She just slowly closed the door and slid the bolt back into place. I stood there for a while, long enough for the porch light's motion sensor to reset and go dark. When I got back to the car, I tapped into the app to report the refused delivery. There was an option to call the customer, whoever that might be, but no number had been provided, just the same address and a generic name, N.A. I was debating whether to leave the food and mark it complete, when I noticed something that hadn't registered before. There was another car parked across the street, not in a driveway, just sitting at the curb with its lights off. A silver sedan, clean and modern, unlike most of the vehicles in that neighborhood. The windows were tinted. At first I thought it was a neighbor, maybe watching TV or waiting for someone. But there was no movement, no glow inside. It looked completely inert. I stared at it for a beat longer than I should have. Then I placed the bag on the porch, took a photo for the app, and drove off. That should have been the end of it. Just a weird interaction with someone who didn't want surprise food. Happens sometimes. But 2 days later, another order came in. Same restaurant, same address. This one came in earlier, about 6:40 p.m., and was a bit larger. 2 entrees, some sides, and another drink. I hesitated when I saw the address, thinking maybe it was a fluke repeating itself. But curiosity got the better of me. When I pulled onto Bramble Way, I noticed 2 things right away. The porch light was off this time, and the same silver car was parked across the street, exactly where it had been before. I didn't even grab the food. I walked up to the porch and knocked. No answer. I tried once more before stepping back and checking the windows. All dark. Not even the TV glow this time. I placed the food down again, took the photo, and turned to leave. But something stopped me. The chain was hanging loose from the inside of the door. Last time, she had opened it with the chain still fastened, but now it hung limp, visible through the crack between the frame and the door. That chain wasn't fixed back. I got back in my car and sat there for a moment. My eyes drifted to the silver sedan again. Still no movement. I couldn't see anyone inside, but the windows were too dark to be sure. When I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting headlights to flick on behind me. They never did. I didn't talk about it to anyone until it happened a 3rd time. A week later, Friday night. Same restaurant. This time it was a prepaid cash tip, and the order was even larger enough for 3 or 4 people. I thought about rejecting it, letting someone else take it, but I was already nearby, and some part of me needed to know. It was just after 8 when I pulled up, porch light back on. Windows dark. Same silver car. Same spot. I approached the house and rang the bell. A long pause, and then the door opened. Not a crack this time, but fully. The woman stood there in a house coat. She looked thinner, somehow, like someone had pulled the stuffing out of her. Before I could speak, she said quietly, "He's testing." Her eyes didn't meet mine. They stayed fixed somewhere over my shoulder. I asked what she meant. Who was testing? Did someone keep sending her food? She stepped back and gestured weakly for me to come in. I didn't move. Something in my spine told me not to cross that threshold. "I never told anyone," she said. "They show up at night, same food, I throw it away. But they're not checking if I eat it." She finally looked at me then. "They're checking if I open the door." I didn't ask who they were. I didn't want to know. I asked if she had family, anyone who could help. She shook her head. Then, quietly, she said, "Don't come back here." The door shut with more force than I expected from her. I heard the bolt turn, and then the light inside went off. I stood there for a while, then left the food by the door and backed away. This time I took a longer route back to the car, circled around behind the neighbor's yard, using the sidewalk instead of walking straight down the driveway. From that angle, I could see the silver car more clearly. There was someone in the driver's seat, head tilted slightly to the side, still as a statue. No lights came on as I passed. No movement, but I could feel it. Someone watching. I didn't take any more orders in that area after that night. I checked the delivery app again a few times over the next month. No new requests from that address. Eventually, the restaurant itself disappeared from the platform. I told myself it was probably some kind of glitch, or maybe someone trying to keep tabs on her for reasons I couldn't guess at. But sometimes I wonder if I'd gone inside that third time. If I'd crossed into her home instead of standing there on the porch, what would have happened? And why the chain had been left undone the second time, like someone was waiting for it to swing open on its own. The files weren't just misfiled, that was the first thing I realized. I was alone in the admin wing of Hawthorne High that summer. The school had shut down in early June, but I'd been offered a paid internship by the district to help reorganize their paper archives. It sounded dull, but I needed the money. The building was mostly vacant during the day, just the occasional maintenance guy passing through, or the janitor, Marty, who made rounds in the late afternoons. Otherwise, it was mine. The offices smelled like paper and lemon cleaner. I liked the rhythm of it: pull a box, cross-check forms with digital logs, resort, label, and shelve. By my third week, I'd learned the patterns. Every cabinet had its own logic. But then, late one Tuesday afternoon, I opened drawer 4B and paused. The student records weren't just misordered. They were grouped under the wrong years entirely. Transfers from 2017 were sitting with the 2020 batch. I thought maybe Marty had bumped something or someone else had been through them. But the drawer was locked when I arrived that morning, like always. I wrote it off as a one-off mistake and fixed the sorting. The next day, a second drawer, 3A, showed the same issue. Then another. Entire sections looked like they'd been pulled, shifted, and reshelved hastily. Not just student records, but staffing files, expense reports, even maintenance logs. Like someone had gone through specific things quickly, then put them back just well enough not to attract attention. On Thursday, I arrived a bit earlier than usual. The halls were cool and silent, lit only by the humming fluorescents. I stood outside the records room longer than I needed to, hesitating before unlocking it. It smelled off. Not bad, just different. Stale. The kind of closed room air you notice only when someone's been there and left. I checked the logbook. The last person recorded was me, 2 days earlier. I started working, watching the clock more than the files. Around 3:15, I stepped out to use the restroom down the hall. That's when I heard them. Footsteps. They were light but deliberate, coming from the far end of the hall, from the restricted wing, what we called the West offices. That section had been sealed off for renovation since March. I had never seen anyone use it. The windows there were blacked out with contractor paper, and the glass doors at the entrance had been locked with chains. I waited, thinking maybe it was Marty, but the steps didn't match his heavy shuffle. They stopped near the frosted glass doors. I stepped closer, staying near the wall. The afternoon light angled just enough to cast faint shadows on the frosted panes. And sure enough, they moved. 2 distinct figures. One taller, one short and broad, standing side by side just beyond the glass. They weren't talking, just standing there. One shifted slightly as if looking behind them. The other knelt, maybe checking something on the floor. I couldn't tell. My skin prickled. It felt wrong, like I'd walked into something halfway through. I backed away, quiet as I could, and returned to the records room. I locked the door behind me. Then I called the district office, left a voicemail for my supervisor, and then called the police. The dispatcher asked if I was in danger. I told her I didn't know. Two officers arrived 20 minutes later. They were casual at first, chatting as they walked in, but when I led them to the west wing and showed them the shadows through the frosted glass, their tone changed. They ordered me to stay back. One officer knocked hard and announced himself. No response. They tried the door locked. Then they circled around through the rear exit near the supply loading dock. 10 minutes later, one of them came back. He asked me if I'd touched anything. I said no. He radioed his partner, then asked me to describe exactly what I saw. They'd found signs of forced entry on the back door. Scraped lock, tampered latch, but nothing else disturbed. No tools, no one inside. Just scuff marks on the floor near a disused storage cabinet. Later, after the building was cleared, they let me pack up and leave early. One of the officers walked me out. He didn't say much, just told me to call if I noticed anything else unusual. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept replaying the shadows. The way one figure had knelt down, like they were opening something, or placing something. The next morning, I debated whether to go in. I finally did, arriving just after 9. The front desk lights were already on. I checked the records room intact. Then, without knowing why, I walked to the west wing. The chain was gone. The door was locked, same as before, but there was no chain and no paper over the windows. Sunlight spilled in, revealing a plain corridor with stripped floors and open office doors. I stood there for a long time. I returned to my routine, but I started locking the records room even when I left for a minute. I checked the logbook obsessively. A week passed, then another. Then one day, I noticed a missing file, not a misfiled one, gone entirely. It was an old disciplinary case from 2018. I remembered it clearly because I'd resorted that box myself. The folder had a red sticker on the corner. Now it was gone. I didn't report it, I should have. But I didn't want more questions. 2 days later, another file vanished. This time a staff contract. Each missing document had something in common. Legal or financial implications. Records that might be useful for leverage. Or erasure. I brought it up to Marty once in the most casual way I could. Just mentioned how strange it was to see anything disappear from a locked room. He looked at me longer than I expected. Then he shrugged and said, "Nothing really stays locked in here." That was all he said. The next morning I arrived to find the records room completely untouched. No signs of movement, but on my desk was a manila folder I hadn't seen before. Inside, 3 files, all missing ones, neatly placed, no note, no explanation. I looked around, the hallway was silent. I left that afternoon and never went back. I finished my hours remotely. Told them I had transportation issues. When the school reopened in the fall, they said someone had been arrested for tampering with district records. A contractor, apparently. Security footage showed him entering the building during off hours using a stolen keycard. There was no mention of a second person, no mention of shadows. But sometimes when I think back to that summer, I remember the footsteps, the stillness behind the glass, the way the taller figure turned just slightly, like they knew I was there, like they were waiting. It started with a smell. Not something strong or awful, just something off. A faint mix of cologne and sweat that clung to the fabric of the guy's hoodie when he slid into the back seat. I'd worked enough night shifts to know the usual drunk 20-somethings, quiet professionals, shift workers heading home from God knows what. But this guy didn't fit. He got in like he was sneaking into the car, glancing back toward the darkened strip mall behind him, as if someone might have followed him. I noted it but didn't say anything. Just confirmed his drop-off, an address I didn't recognize, somewhere out past the old storage lots where the city thinned into nowhere and pulled away. The streets emptied fast. No traffic, no footfall. Just that kind of dead silence that wraps around the car like a blanket when you're driving through the fringe. He held his phone in both hands, elbows locked against his thighs. The screen lit up his face every few seconds. Always the same. Check something. Lock the screen. Wait. Repeat. I could see his jaw twitching in the rear view. He kept his shoulders pulled in like he was trying to make himself smaller. Not scared exactly, more like braced. I tried not to stare, focused on the GPS, on the lines of yellow light from the street lamps as they stuttered past the windshield, but it was hard not to notice how tightly he gripped the phone, or how his left knee bounced the entire time we drove. We passed into the industrial zone. Wide, cracked roads, chain-link fences sagging around warehouses and shuttered buildings. No lights in the windows, no other cars. I started to feel the press of it in my chest, that slow unease that creeps in when you realize there's no one else around. "Cold out," I said, just to break the silence. He didn't answer, just flicked a glance up, made eye contact in the mirror for half a second, then looked back down at the phone. I noticed then that he hadn't put in the address himself. It was part of a shared ride, booked and prepaid. No way for me to message the person who ordered it. That wasn't too strange, but paired with everything else, the silence, the tension, the checking over his shoulder, it sharpened the edges of the situation. About 10 minutes out, he asked, "Can you take the next left instead? It's faster." His voice was dry, flat, almost robotic. I hesitated, pretending to check the map, then nodded and took the turn. It dumped us onto a narrower road, one that curved out behind an old storage facility. There weren't even working lights back there, just the dull glow from my headlights painting stretches of gravel and rusting fences. He leaned forward suddenly, still holding the phone but now watching me. Not the screen. I felt it then, clear and sharp. Not fear exactly, instinct. The kind that makes your spine lock up and your mind go quiet. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice casual. "This is taking us out past the route. Still says 10 minutes. You sure this is faster?" He nodded but didn't answer. His breathing had changed faster, shallower, and his hands, they weren't on the phone anymore. They were in his hoodie pocket, both of them. I kept driving. There's a kind of silence that happens in a car when something's gone wrong, but no one said it out loud yet. A suspension, like the moment before a deer bolts or glass shatters. Everything slows down. I watched the road. I watched the mirror. I didn't say another word. 2 more turns, and the buildings thinned out completely. Just scrub grass, fields of concrete, and a few parked trailers lined up like sleeping beasts under the moonlight. The map recentered, and the little blue line disappeared. No signal. I tapped the screen, pretended to zoom in. "Lost signal," I said, glancing back. He didn't move. So his pocket bulged just slightly where his hand was. I couldn't tell what he was holding. I didn't want to know. Then the phone in his lap lit up again. He looked down and I saw it, the reflection of a text. Just a flash. One word, "now." He unlocked it, thumbed something quickly, then looked back up. "Stop here," he said. There was nothing around, just an old truck depot on the right, half the windows blown out. Beyond that, darkness. "You sure?" I said, trying to sound annoyed, like this was just a typical weird request. "Here," he repeated. I slowed, eased the car to the side. The pavement was crumbling, and there were no markings, no streetlights, just the hum of my engine, and the ticking of the hazards when I flicked them on. He didn't move to get out, just sat there. I saw his hand leave the pocket, slowly empty. He unlocked the door, but didn't open it. "Wait 2 minutes before you leave," he said. "Please." Then he stepped out, shut the door softly behind him, and walked toward the depot. I watched him go. There was something wrong with the way he moved. Not limping, but measured, like he was counting steps. His phone stayed in his hand, but he didn't check it again, just held it like a signal. He disappeared behind the depot. I didn't wait 2 minutes. I pulled back onto the road, drove 10 seconds forward and killed the headlights. Parked behind a rusted-out trailer, engine off, and I waited. At first, nothing. Then a flicker of movement near the depot. 2 shadows, not one. They came from opposite directions. One of them had something long in his hand, maybe a tire iron. The other moved in fast, grabbed the guy from my car. There was a brief struggle, a shout muffled by distance. Then the three of them moved toward the back entrance of the depot and vanished inside. I sat there frozen. I didn't call the cops. I still don't know why. Fear, maybe. Not just for what I saw, but for what I didn't understand. The passenger's behavior, the message, the request to wait. The car reeked of his cologne now. Subtle but heavy, like something left behind. I drove home with the windows down, shaking the whole way. For the next week, I checked the news every day. Nothing, no missing person reports, no arrests, no stories about violence out near the storage lots. I submitted a help ticket through the rideshare app. They said the ride was properly booked and completed. No follow-up, no name given, just a profile picture that vanished the day after. I didn't take another passenger for a month. When I finally did, it was daylight, and I stuck to the city. But even now, years later, I still wonder what would have happened if I'd waited the full 2 minutes. I worked the late shift at a 24-hour laundromat just off the main road, close enough to catch a little foot traffic, but far enough from downtown that most of our visitors were regulars, or people without other options. I was a student at the community college during the day, so the hours suited me fine. Nights were slow. Mostly I sat behind the counter, half watching the security monitors, trying to get through my assigned readings without nodding off. That night started like most of them. The rain had stopped an hour before my shift began, and a mist clung to the sidewalk outside, like the world couldn't decide if it wanted to be wet or dry. A few regulars were in and out by midnight, quiet people who kept to themselves. I'd swept the main floor, emptied the lint traps, checked the soap dispensers. The hum of the dryers filled the space like white noise, and I could almost forget how empty it felt in there. It was around 1:20 a.m. when I saw him through the glass doors. Tall, always wearing the same hooded jacket even when it wasn't cold like it was part of his skin. He didn't carry laundry. He never did. Just lingered by the snack machine, or leaned against the folding tables like he had something important to think about. I'd noticed him maybe 4 or 5 times before, always during my shift. Never caught his name. He was one of those people you try not to remember. Not because he was rude or loud, he wasn't, but because there was something off in how he watched people. Like the act of observing meant more to him than the things being observed. This time he came straight to the counter. "Quiet tonight," he said. His voice was low, just on the edge of casual. I nodded, glanced at the nearest screen. "Nothing unusual." "You a student?" he asked, eyes lingering too long on my name tag. I didn't answer at first. My shift supervisor had told me once to keep interactions short. "Just say the machines are self-service," he'd advised. "You don't owe anyone your life story." "Yeah," I said finally, thinking that was neutral enough. "What are you studying?" He didn't ask like he cared about the subject. He asked like he was already picturing the answer, like he'd been waiting to attach some narrative to me. "Literature," I said, because it was easier than lying. He smiled at that, a small twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Lot of reading." I nodded again, trying to angle my body back toward the desk where my book lay open. A subtle cue. He didn't take it. "You work here alone?" I froze a little at that. It wasn't the first time someone had asked, but it was the way he said it. Not curious, confirming. I didn't respond. After a long pause, he pointed toward the soda machine. "Guess I'll grab something." He stayed in the far corner for a while, sipping from a bottle he didn't pay for. Then, when a pair of older women came in with their baskets, he drifted outside. I watched from the monitor as he paced just beyond the view of the front window, circling like he was waiting for something to change. I got up, locked the entrance door, something I wasn't technically allowed to do while customers were inside, but I had the override key, and I didn't want him slipping back in without me noticing. The two women didn't seem to care. They left around 2:30 a.m. I cleaned quickly, rechecked the lock, then stepped into the narrow back hallway that led to the supply room and employee break area. It wasn't much, just a worn-out recliner, a vending machine filled with ancient granola bars, and a door that locked from the inside. I sat there for a bit, staring at the wall, pretending I still had energy to finish my reading. The knock came soft at first. I didn't move. It came again. 2 taps. Space just enough to feel intentional. I looked at the tiny screen mounted above the supply shelf. The external camera feed showed the back alley, usually empty, used only for trash pickup. But there he was, standing just outside the employee door, hands in his pockets, face tilted slightly like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. There was no reason for him to be back there. No public entrance, no bathrooms, no excuse. I kept the lights off and stayed still. After a while he left, or at least he left the camera's view. I didn't open the door, not even to peek. I stayed back there until just before sunrise. Then I slipped out, scanned the lot from the front, and left the laundromat in my hoodie with the hood up, keys clutched tight. My car was parked close. I didn't see him. The next night, I arrived 10 minutes early. My supervisor was still there doing inventory. I asked him, without context, if the back door could be double locked from the inside. He said no, but offered me a motion-triggered light for the alley. I said that was fine. I didn't tell him why. Around midnight, I checked the front entrance and locked it again. This time, even though no one was around. I wasn't supposed to, but I couldn't shake the memory of him pacing just outside, like he was rehearsing something he hadn't worked up the courage to try. He didn't come that night. Not the night after either. Then one night I saw him again, but just on the far edge of the security monitor's frame. Standing by the dumpster, hands in his jacket pockets, head turned slightly toward the building. He didn't move for 10 minutes, didn't come to the door, just stood there until the monitor flickered and lost signal for a second. When it came back, he was gone. After that, I started using the back room like a bunker. The main floor became something I moved through as quickly as possible, just to clean or help customers, then right back into the secured space. I moved a second chair in, stocked up on snacks and water, kept my phone charger plugged in at all times. I even started locking the inner door and wedging a rubber stopper under it. Nobody asked why. The few customers I interacted with were the same quiet types as always. But the cameras kept picking up glimpses. A shoulder behind the vending machine. A shadow crossing just outside the window. Never lingering long enough to justify calling the police. Never breaking in. Just present. Just watching. One morning, after a particularly foggy shift, I found something wedged into the crack of the employee door. A folded piece of paper, slightly damp. I didn't open it, just slid it into the trash and dumped fresh detergent over the top. I started looking for another job after that. Found one at a bookstore that didn't stay open past 10 p.m. I gave my notice, left a note in the logbook that the back alley camera sometimes glitched. I never saw him again after I left. But sometimes, when I'm walking home from campus, I get that feeling like someone's just behind me, matching my pace, staying just out of sight. I glance over my shoulder and the street's empty. Just mist and lamplight and the soft hum of the city not quite asleep. Still, I always walk a little faster, just in case. It was still dark when I left the house, that soft pre-dawn chill threading through the sleeves of my hoodie. The street lamps along the sidewalk flickered, humming faintly as if the power hadn't quite decided to wake up yet. I liked running early before traffic, before people, before the world could throw anything at me. It was a routine I'd kept for years, ever since college. Same route, same time. I never thought I'd have to question it. The park trail sat a mile from my apartment. I always hit it by 5:30 sharp, weaving into the crushed gravel loop that curved through the trees. On a good day, I'd catch the sunrise breaking over the east ridge halfway through my second lap. It was quiet out there. The kind of quiet you get addicted to. No honking, no chatter, just breath and motion. Focus. Solitude. That morning, I noticed him during my first lap, about 30 feet back. Tall guy, lean build, keeping a steady pace. He wore a windbreaker dark green, hood up and cargo pants. Not running gear. Heavy shoes too. Boots maybe. The kind that didn't flex at the ankle. He wasn't breathing hard. I didn't think much of it at first. People walk the trail sometimes. Some come to clear their heads. Some to smoke where no one will bother them. But something felt off. The distance between us didn't change. Every time I rounded a bend, I'd check over my shoulder, and there he'd be. Same spot, same gait, not gaining, not falling behind, just matching. I slowed slightly at the start of the second lap. A test. He slowed too. Still 30 feet back. I sped up. So did he. I told myself it was coincidence. Maybe he had a long stride. Maybe he was zoned out, keeping pace without realizing it. But that outfit, it stuck in my head. No runner wears boots and cargo pants on a gravel trail, and no one walks with that kind of precision without meaning to. I started to sweat. Not from the run. The second lap became harder to ignore. I cut across the grass once, shaved 10 seconds off the bend. He mirrored it. No hesitation, no check of a watch, just the same subtle drift through the grass, as though he'd known I'd turn. Near the third lap, I veered off my usual path, taking a side trail that looped near the pond. It was rougher, narrower, overgrown, not part of the maintained route. I hadn't run it in months, but I knew the terrain well enough to make it work. That's when I knew. Crunch, crunch, behind me. Boots on gravel, 30 feet back. I didn't stop running, but my pulse kicked into another gear. Every instinct I had told me this was wrong. I tried to think through it. What if he was just another early jogger with a weird stride and bad shoes? What if I was overreacting? But each turn I took, every shortcut, every detour, he matched. I passed a couple walking a golden retriever near the duck pond. They didn't seem to notice anything unusual. I almost stopped, almost called out, but something in me hesitated. He hadn't done anything yet. Nothing overt, just followed. Still, I took the opportunity. I slowed near the couple, pretending to retie a shoelace. He had to walk past me now. He'd either break the pattern or reveal something, but he didn't pass. He stopped too. I tied the lace tight and stood up without turning toward him. Jogged on. Not too fast, not too slow. Just enough to keep the distance. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him lean against a tree, hands in his pockets, head down, not looking at the pond, not watching the ducks, watching me. Back on the main loop, the air felt heavier. The chill was gone, replaced by something harder to define. Like pressure, like being watched too closely for too long. I didn't check behind me right away. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Just kept moving, fast, but not frantic. My breath burned in my throat now. Not from exertion, but from something colder. Older. I decided to end it. Cut the route short and head home. But not directly. I didn't want him to know where I lived. I turned toward the residential side of the park. Toward a street with more lights, more potential witnesses. If he kept following there, I'd flag someone down. He resumed trailing me within seconds. Only now, his hood was down. Still there. Same distance, same pace. I finally looked. I turned onto Sycamore Street, where the bakery lights were just flickering on. An old man swept the sidewalk out front. Cars started to hum past. I thought, this is it. I'll stop here. I'll talk to the man, I'll wait. See what happens. His face was clean shaven, average looking. Nothing stood out. No scars, no tattoos, no wild-eyed expression. Just a man with calm eyes and a flat mouth. As if this were any other morning walk. So I did. I stopped. And he didn't. He kept walking. Right past me. No glance, no shift in pace. Just moved down the sidewalk like I didn't exist. The next morning, I skipped my run. Felt stupid, but I told myself one day off wouldn't hurt. I stood there frozen. Every nerve in my legs still coiled. I watched him cross the street. Then he turned into a cul-de-sac. No hesitation. I waited 5 minutes before I moved. Didn't want him doubling back. I walked in the opposite direction. Took the long way home. Didn't run again that day. For a week. Everything felt normal again. The day after that, I went back. Same trail, same time, nothing unusual, until Friday. I didn't run that day either. I turned around before I hit the gravel and walked straight home, standing near the water fountain at the trailhead. Same boots, same cargo pants, windbreaker tied around his waist this time. He looked up when I approached like he'd been waiting. He was there before I arrived, but he followed. I changed my schedule after that. Different route, different time. Sometimes I skipped entirely, and I never saw him again, but I still think about those mornings, about the way he matched every move, about the deliberate calm in his steps. He never spoke, never touched me, never chased, and sometimes that's all it takes to change the way you see the world. The service call came in late, almost too late to be reasonable. I remember checking the order 3 times on the handheld, thinking maybe it had been auto-assigned in error, but the address was legit, tagged as a priority delivery, industrial park outside town, no signage, just coordinates and a contact name that didn't respond when I called. I figured maybe it was one of those overnight logistics hubs places that only fire up after dark, running forklifts under dim floodlights while the rest of the city sleeps. Still, it felt off. The lot wasn't even marked in the routing software, just a thin gray line curving off the old service road past the scrapyards. It was close to 10 p.m. when I pulled in. No wind, no stars, just that kind of thick quiet you only get out past the reach of traffic noise. The gate was open, chain looped loose around the post but not locked. I rolled through slowly, headlights catching rusted equipment and rows of pallets stacked against a blocky warehouse. Nothing moved, no security lights, no windows, just a squat, unmarked building sitting in its own shadow. I parked near the front entrance and got out, package under one arm. There was a keypad by the steel door, the kind with a built-in speaker, so I buzzed twice and waited. No answer. Tried the number again from my phone, straight to voicemail. I turned to leave a drop tag on the crate when a burst of static cracked through the intercom. A male voice, distorted but clipped, came through. Back entrance, south side, loading dock. I turned. That side of the building was almost completely in shadow. No motion sensors, no lighting at all. I hesitated, then walked around the gravel edge of the lot. The sound of my boots crunching, the only thing breaking the silence. The loading dock wasn't what I expected. The door was halfway open, just enough to suggest someone had recently used it. But there was no ramp, no trucks, no equipment. I called out, keeping my distance. No answer. My phone buzzed. Signal dropped. No bars. I stepped closer, holding the package out in front of me, like it was some kind of pass. The air felt colder near the opening. I couldn't see inside, just black space, and the faint smell of metal and oil. Then a movement, quick, low to the ground, just past the edge of my vision. I stepped back. Delivery for R. Harmon. I called, priority needs a signature. No response. Another flicker. This time higher. Shoulder height. I took a wider step back. The door groaned and began sliding closed on its own. Not fast, but deliberate. I turned, heading back the way I came. When I reached the front lot again, the gate was closed. This time the chain was looped tight and padlocked. I stood there for a moment, trying not to let panic set in. My phone still had no signal. I tried walking to the edge of the lot, holding it up, stepping toward the tree line. Nothing. A sharp metallic sound snapped behind me like a pipe dropped onto concrete. I turned. 2 figures had emerged from the far corner of the building, near the edge of the shadows. Neither said anything. They were too far to make out faces, but they stood still, like they were waiting to see what I'd do. I called out, keeping my voice even, asking if they were with the facility. No answer. They started walking slow, synchronized steps as if they'd rehearsed it. I backed toward my van, fumbling for the key fob. The lights didn't flash. I reached the driver's door, locked. Tried the passenger side, locked too. They kept walking, I yanked open the cargo door unlocked and scrambled inside, pulling it closed behind me. I held my breath, crouching low behind a stack of returns. No footsteps, no voices, just the thud of my own heartbeat and the distant hum of something electric. Maybe a generator, maybe not. Minutes passed. I dared to look through the back windows. The lot was empty again. I waited longer than I probably needed to. When I finally opened the door and stepped out, the place felt colder, heavier somehow, like the air itself didn't want me there. I walked the perimeter of the gate, looking for a way out. The fence stretched wide in both directions, topped with razor coil. The lock on the gate looked old but solid. I kicked it once. Not hard, just enough to feel its resistance. That's when the intercom buzzed again. Louder this time, echoing across the lot. "Come inside." I turned toward the voice. The front door was ajar now. Just slightly yellowish light spilled from within, casting a trapezoid on the gravel. I didn't want to go in. Every instinct I had was telling me not to, but I couldn't call for help, couldn't drive out, and whoever or whatever was orchestrating this knew exactly what they were doing. I approached the door slowly, staying just outside the light. The inside looked like an office at first. Metal desks, filing cabinets, a coffee machine that looked 20 years out of use. But the farther in I looked, the more wrong it felt. The walls didn't meet at right angles. Some of the furniture seemed fused to the floor. A shadow passed across the far end, too quick to trace. I called out again. Nothing. I crossed the threshold. The sound cut out the moment I entered. No hum, no echo, just silence like the world had gone deaf. I turned to see if the door was still open. It was gone. Behind me now was a blank wall. I spun, stepping back, nearly tripping on the edge of a rug that hadn't been there a second ago. My voice cracked the silence. No echo. The room had absorbed it like a sponge. Then the lights dimmed and shifted hue from yellow to blue to red, cycling every few seconds like some kind of signal. The floor vibrated slightly, a deep pulsing rhythm I could feel in my chest. I moved forward, following the hallway that hadn't been visible from the outside. It curved gently, lined with heavy doors on either side. None labeled, none open. One stood ajar near the end. I pushed it open with the edge of the package, which I still held like it mattered. Inside was a mirror. Just one, floor to ceiling, mounted on the far wall. I stepped in, slowly. My reflection looked wrong. Not distorted, just not quite synced. It lagged by a half second, maybe less. When I moved, it followed, but not immediately, like it was considering whether to mimic me or not. Then it smiled. I didn't. I backed out of the room and closed the door. The hallway had changed behind me. Now it stretched longer, with more doors, and no sign of where I'd entered from. I ran. Twice I passed the same mark on the wall, a rust-colored smear like someone had dragged a gloved hand along it. The third time I passed it, I stopped. No use running in circles. I opened one of the doors at random. Inside was a stairwell, concrete steps, metal railing, lit by a single swinging bulb. I descended fast, counting each landing to try and keep track. After the fifth, the air grew thick and damp. My breath fogged in front of me. Another door. No handle, just a keypad. I slammed the package against it, hoping for some kind of reaction. Instead, the intercom above it buzzed. Delivery accepted. The door opened. I don't know how to describe what I saw. It wasn't a room. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen. Just space, dark, shifting, full of that same electric hum I'd heard outside. The two figures stood at the far end, motionless, waiting. Between us, the floor ended. I stepped back. The door closed. I turned and ran, back up the stairs. When I reached the top, the hallway had shortened again. This time, the mirror room was the only one left. The door was open. I stepped in, and the reflection was already there, standing at an angle I wasn't. It raised its hand before I did, tilted its head before I even thought to. Then it mouthed something. I didn't hear it, but I understood. "You're in the wrong place." That's when the lights went out. I don't know how long I was in the dark. Could have been minutes. Could have been hours. When I opened my eyes again, I was in the lot, lying on the gravel beside my van. The gate was open, the warehouse dark. No figures, no sounds. My phone buzzed to life. 4 missed calls, all time-stamped while I was inside. I didn't answer them. I got in the van. It started on the first try. I drove until I saw streetlights again. I didn't deliver the package. I never logged the stop. I didn't talk to the dispatcher about it. But I think about it every night, especially around this time, when the roads are empty and the jobs come in late. And sometimes, just sometimes, I see that same address pop up on the dispatch screen. Always high priority, always after dark. I don't take those jobs anymore. It was around 11:30 p.m. when I first noticed the oddity on our secondary access logs. Not the main security feed, that one ran clean, as it always did, but a side channel ping from an unused maintenance junction in the server wing. Something pinged it for exactly 4 milliseconds. Then nothing. I didn't panic. I've seen corrupted packets before. Could have been a sensor glitch, a rat chewing cable, but protocol's protocol. I flagged it, noted the time, and made a quiet lap through the empty hall outside the data center. My badge chirped green against every reader. No sign of tampering. I didn't know then how much they already had on me. Marcus was still at his station on the far side of the floor. Third shift lead, sharp as hell. We'd worked together for almost 6 years, nights and weekends mostly, keeping one of the largest logistics firms in the region from becoming a ransomware headline. Anything weird on Door 2's subgrid? I asked, trying to keep it casual. He turned from his monitors, squinting slightly. You mean that soft flicker at 2333? Thought it was your team doing remote tests. We weren't. I told him that. He rolled back in his chair, uneasy now. You want to pull the diagnostic triggers? I nodded. Yeah, quietly. We kept it internal at first. No need to wake up the brass over phantom pings. But something about the timing crawled under my skin. I went back into the event log archive and started searching back a few weeks, looking for any subtle pattern of side channel noise, low-level device triggers, badge misreads or resets in off hours. That's when the profile began to form. Whoever it was had mapped our schedules to an unnerving degree. Not just mine and Marcus's, but the 2 other part-time techs who rotated in for backups. Every gap in live surveillance coverage, even the 8-minute blind spot during our scheduled HVAC maintenance, lined up with a similar anomaly. Always minor, always ignorable until you lined them up. I built a timeline and started locking access points down remotely, one by one under the pretense of firmware updates. No alarms, just tighter control. Marcus watched me work for a while. Then he leaned in and asked, "Do you think someone's inside?" I didn't answer. At 2:04 a.m. the trigger came again. Same junction. This time not just a ping but a handshake attempt. Half-formed, like it knew how our systems responded but got something wrong. That's when I called it in. Building security swept the area. Nothing. Every physical door was sealed. No anomalies on the thermal scans. But I didn't care about that. I pulled the logs from the micro camera we'd hidden above the server wing's rear corridor after a false alarm 6 months ago. Frame by frame, I watched. At 2:03:47, the corridor was empty. At 2:04, something changed. A thin ripple in the shadows under the wall-mounted utility conduit. Then a blur. Not movement in the traditional sense. More like a shift, as if the hallway's geometry had been rewritten for a second. And just before it returned to normal, the smallest suggestion of a figure low to the ground, crawling, gloved hand pressing to the vent frame. That wasn't standard access. I showed the clip to Marcus. He went pale. We triggered lockdown mode on the server wing. Magnetic locks, camera loopbacks, emergency lighting. From that point, nobody in or out except through us. 15 minutes later, security came back with a black nylon pouch they'd found tucked under the subfloor. grading by server node 4C. Inside was a device. Not a phone, not a tablet. Something custom, hand-assembled, with a folding OLED panel and a fingerprint slick surface. When I cracked it open on an isolated network, what I found was terrifying. It had every one of our schedules, down to the minute. Shift handovers, break times, even projected idle windows based on motion sensor averages. Not just my data either. Everyone in our wing. The device had been collecting for at least 4 weeks, using passive RF sniffing and probably short-range keyloggers. It also had diagrams, vulnerability charts, and 2 folders labeled plainly, EX Fill Ready and Priority Payload. Most of the files in eSIL Fill Ready matched internal metadata structures from our logistics clients. Routing algorithms, real-time load balancing equations, high-level stuff, worth millions. That's when we stopped calling it an incident. This was an infiltration. By dawn, the police were in. They brought in their cyber unit, who took one look at the device and pulled rank. We weren't told much after that. Just that the tech was linked to a known data syndicate operating out of the Balkans. They moved like a professional intelligence outfit targeting high-value infrastructure, using surgical recon to prep for breaches weeks in advance. It explained everything. Why they never tripped alarms. Why they never took anything right away. They weren't here to smash and grab. They were building the perfect profile, and I'd walked right into it. The part that still haunts me is this. My name was in the device's folder structure, labeled under Anchor. That meant they'd used my behavior, my daily rhythm, as the baseline for the entire operation. I was the pattern they exploited. Every coffee break, every time I stopped at the vending machine, every shortcut I took through the unmonitored stairwell to get to my car faster at 3 a.m. All of it had been observed. The camera footage never showed a face, never showed more than that ripple of presence, like heat distortion in motion. The police swept the air ducts, the vents, every crawl space in that wing. They found a single scuff mark on a support brace and a discarded wire mesh tool coated in dust. That was it, but the syndicate wasn't gone. We were just their dry run. In the weeks after, corporate brought in a full military-grade security consultancy, biometric gates, real-time behavioral analytics, counter-surveillance hardware. My access protocols were rewritten from scratch. Still, I stopped working nights, and sometimes late. When I can't sleep, I pull up that frame from the camera footage, the one where the shadow bends strangely under the conduit, and for a moment the hallway forgets how to be real. Whatever that was, it got in without leaving a door open. It got in because it knew me better than I knew myself. I was 3 days deep into the Appalachians, past where the park maps got fuzzy and the trails turned to guesswork. The lake didn't have a name, at least not one I ever found. Just a blue smear tucked between old pines and steep stone ridges, out of cell range and far beyond where most campers were willing to drag their gear. I'd picked it on purpose. The last time I saw another person was that morning. 2 hikers heading in the opposite direction, making noise, laughing, half lost. I gave them a nod and pressed on. My plan was simple: fish, sleep, reset. I'd brought my old 2-man tent, a compact gas stove, and my knives. 2 folders and a straight-edge buck I kept in the side pocket of my pack. I was alone by late afternoon, setting up camp near the waterline. There was something off about the lake right away. It was still not just calm, but still like poured glass. No bird song, no bugs humming. Even the breeze seemed to avoid the place, but the fish were active. I caught 3 trout in under 20 minutes, all fat and healthy. It didn't make sense. No frogs, no minnows flashing near the bank, just predators. That night, I zipped myself into the tent with a full stomach, and the low crackle of the dying fire outside. The air had the hard bite of mid-autumn, dry and sharp enough to sting the inside of your nose. I remember thinking I'd sleep well. I usually do out there. Somewhere around midnight, I heard the first noise. It wasn't the sound that woke me, more the absence of sleep. 1 second I was under. The next my eyes were open, and my hand was already drifting toward the knife near my belt. Outside, the forest was holding its breath. Then something moved near the lake. It sounded like someone or something walking the shoreline, not the quick scurrying steps of a raccoon or a fox. These were slow, deliberate. I could hear weight behind them, each footstep compressing the soil with a deep crunch and a faint vibration that carried through the tent floor. I didn't breathe. The steps stopped near my gear. I heard the tackle box shift, then a metallic snap. One of the lures had been chewed clean off the line. Another crunch followed. Metal again. Something was testing the hooks, biting down like it was curious how much pressure they could take before breaking. I wanted to unzip the tent and look. Every part of me wanted to know what it was, but I didn't move. I just slid the knife out and waited, ears straining, heart slowing to a crawl. Minutes passed, then it moved again. This time it didn't go back toward the woods. It came closer. The steps were irregular, not a limp, not drunken, but wrong. Like whatever it was didn't quite know how to place its feet. I felt the first real fear then, not panic, but the kind that starts deep in your chest and builds slow, like rising water. It stopped maybe 6 feet from the tent. I could hear its breathing. Not fast, not animal-like. Long, slow draws in and out, the way a person might breathe if they were standing in the dark, listening. Then the tent wall shifted. Not pushed, not clawed, just depressed inward slightly. Like something leaned close and put its weight into the fabric. My hand was white-knuckled on the knife by then. The air inside the tent felt crushed. Too small, too hot. I didn't speak, didn't yell. I didn't dare let it know I was awake. Whatever it was, it stayed there for nearly a minute, just breathing. Then it made a sound I still can't explain. A low rumble, like someone dragging a log across gravel, only quieter, deeper, almost thoughtful. It moved away. The steps faded back toward the lake. I stayed frozen until the sky began to shift. Dawn is slow in the woods, just a lifting of the black into blue, a hint of mist off the water. I waited until I could see my hands in front of my face. Then I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. Everything looked normal, but my tackle box was open, and 3 of the metal lures were bent or snapped. The barbs twisted like they'd been chewed by something with immense pressure in its jaw. Not clawed, not cut, bitten. I checked the perimeter. No prints. The soil was too dry to hold shape, but the pine needles had been disturbed in a wide arc near the lake, and halfway around the tent. Nothing definitive. Just pressure patterns that suggested something heavy had been circling. I didn't fish that morning. I packed fast and didn't eat. I took a different trail back, steeper, less direct, but away from the lake. I didn't stop until the sun was high overhead, and even then I kept glancing back, half expecting to hear those footsteps behind me. The forest didn't feel empty anymore. That night, back in my truck at a public campsite 20 miles south, I checked the lures again. One had tooth marks, not punctures but compression dents, perfectly semicircular, as if made by broad flat teeth, too large for a bear. No animal I know bites like that. I still don't know what it was. I've been camping my whole life. I've run into black bears, coyotes, even a rogue mountain lion once. I know what lives out there. This wasn't like that. This didn't avoid me. It studied me. The worst part, I think it let me leave. That moment at the tent, when it leaned close, it could have ripped through the nylon in half a second. But it didn't. It just stood there, listening, breathing, waiting. Now even 2 years later, I still hear those steps sometimes when I'm trying to sleep. I haven't gone back to that lake, and I never will. The last time I saw my aunt alive, she was unlocking her car in the garage beneath her office building. I had just picked up some takeout and was cutting across the parking level to save time when I spotted her from a distance. She didn't see me. Her focus was straight ahead, shoulders hunched, the oversized leather tote slipping from her shoulder as she reached for the door handle. I remember thinking she looked tired. She'd been under a lot of pressure lately, but she'd insisted she could handle it. I didn't call out. I figured I'd text her later. I should have called out. It happened at 5:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. The kind of boring winter afternoon where the sky gives nothing away, just a flat gray dome pressing down. The kind of day that feels too mundane to be dangerous. She'd gotten the restraining order 3 weeks earlier. Richard, the guy, was someone she met at a local community theater group. He was charismatic in that needy way, too eager to involve. She thought he was odd but harmless. That was her word, harmless. She let him walk her to her car one evening after rehearsal, and after that he decided they had something special. A connection. She didn't tell me about the first bouquet of flowers he left on her windshield, or the notes. She only mentioned it when he started waiting for her outside her building. The police had been polite, she said, but slow. She got the restraining order eventually, but it didn't come with a security detail. Just a document she had to carry with her, like a magic charm meant to ward off evil. When I asked her to stay at my place for a while, she said she refused to be bullied out of her routine. If I leave, he wins, she said. I won't give him that. It felt noble at the time. Brave. That afternoon I heard the shots before I saw anything. A short rapid burst, pop pop pop, that echoed against the concrete like someone slamming a metal pipe into a dumpster. I dropped the food and ran toward the sound. Other people were moving too. One guy darted out from between two SUVs. A woman crouched behind a pillar with her phone in her hand, sobbing. I found her between two parked cars. She was crumpled on the ground, one hand still clutching her keys. Blood was spreading out beneath her coat, soaking into the oil-streaked concrete. I knelt down, trying to apply pressure, but she was already too still. Her eyes were open. I kept saying her name. I don't know how many times. He didn't run. That's the part I still can't wrap my head around. Richard walked away calmly. Security footage later showed him exiting the garage on foot, tucking the gun into the waistband of his jeans beneath his coat. No panic, no rush, like he'd just finished an errand. The police found him 20 minutes later in his apartment kitchen. He was heating up a frozen dinner. The gun was on the counter next to the microwave. At the trial, I sat behind the prosecutor's table every day. I wanted him to see me. I wanted him to feel watched. He didn't look at me once, just stared straight ahead, slack-jawed, like he was waiting for someone to explain what was happening. They showed the texts he'd sent her, the ones where he told her he couldn't live without her, the ones where he swore she was leading him on, the ones where he called her a liar, a whore, a monster. His lawyer tried to argue diminished capacity, but the judge didn't buy it. Neither did the jury. They found him guilty on all counts. Life without parole. Sometimes I wonder if he expected to die that day too. If he thought it was going to be some kind of tragic romance. Both of them gone. Dramatic final. But he walked away. He left her bleeding in a cold garage and walked home to microwave lasagna. There was no final confrontation. No warning signs that hadn't already been flashing in neon. She reported him. She documented everything. She asked for help and got paper, not protection. Afterward, I cleared out her apartment. Her calendar was still open on the kitchen counter. The day she died circled in blue ink. She'd written meeting with HR, performance review with a smiley face. She was excited about it. Her plants had started to droop. I watered them before I left. I drive by the office building sometimes. Even now, I avoid the lower levels of parking garages. I find myself scanning faces on the street, looking for people who walk too quietly, stare too long. I carry pepper spray even in broad daylight. People call it paranoia. I call it adaptation. There's a bench near the front of the building now, with a small plaque in her name. It says something generic about community and kindness. No mention of what really happened. No mention of how completely the system failed her. She deserved more than a plaque. She deserved to feel safe going to work. She deserved to live. The worst part isn't the memory of finding her. It's knowing she believed she was winning. That standing her ground meant something. That justice was a promise, and not just a slow creaking mechanism that kicks in only after the worst has already happened. She thought she could outlast him. She was wrong, And now, every time I hear footsteps behind me in an empty structure, every time my phone lights up with a number I don't recognize, every time I find myself parked in the same spot for too long, I remember her face, frozen in that last second between turning the key and turning around, and I think of him, waiting in the shadows, counting down the seconds. It started with the drawings. Ethan was 4, just learning how to hold a crayon properly. Most of his early artwork was the usual jumble of colors and stick figures, family portraits with round heads, lopsided houses, trees with green scribbles. But over the course of a week, he began to add something else. Always in the same place, always in the corner of the page, a figure, thin, almost spindly, mouth wide and stretched, like it was caught mid-screen. 2 huge eyes, bulging and blank, no nose, no hands, just a long body that tapered to a point like a melted candle. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids draw weird things. I figured maybe he saw something on TV or in a book. But then it showed up in every drawing. Pages filled with family members, dogs, playgrounds. And there in the lower right corner, that same figure, silent, watching. One night I asked him about it while tucking him in. "Who's that in your pictures?" He was quiet for a moment, then whispered, "She lives in the corner." "Who does?" "The talking lady." It was the first time he'd mentioned her. I asked a few more questions, careful not to push too hard. But he got quiet, curled into his blanket, and said she didn't like it when he talked about her. I let it drop. I told myself it was just a phase, an imaginary friend. A week later, I stopped believing that. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I heard it, humming, faint, like someone was singing under their breath in another room. I sat up in bed and listened, trying to figure out where it was coming from. My wife, Michelle, was asleep beside me. The house was still. Then the baby monitor clicked. We hadn't used it in months. Ethan was old enough to sleep through the night, and the monitor had mostly become a leftover habit, just something we kept on out of caution. The monitor crackled, and then the humming grew louder. Uneven, not a tune, just a broken rhythm, and underneath it, a scratching sound. Not sharp, but steady, like something brushing against drywall. I froze. The monitor sat on my nightstand, glowing softly. I stared at it, hoping it would stop. It didn't. I got up and walked to Ethan's room. The hall was dark except for the sliver of light coming from under his door. I hadn't left the light on. When I opened the door, the humming stopped. Ethan was asleep, curled in a ball with his blanket wrapped around him. His nightlight was on, flickering slightly. I looked around the room. Nothing seemed out of place. I checked the closet, under the bed. Nothing. Still. The monitor had picked up something. That wasn't my imagination. Back in my bedroom, I rewound the monitor's recording. It had a feature to play back the last minute or so. The audio was faint, garbled, but the humming was there. And just before it cut off, a soft voice so quiet it barely registered said, "Don't look." I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, Ethan seemed fine. A little tired, maybe. But when I asked if he'd heard anything the night before, he just shrugged. Later that day, he brought me a new drawing. Same figure. This time it was closer to the center of the page. Bigger. Its mouth was open wider, and it was drawn in red crayon instead of black. Ethan had smudged the lines around its head like it was vibrating. "She's mad," he said, not looking up. "Why?" "Because you looked in her room." I didn't ask how he knew that. That night, I set up my phone in the hallway, just outside his room. I didn't tell Michelle. She was already worried about me, said I was getting too paranoid, reading too much into a child's imagination. The recording ran all night. Nothing happened, until around 3:12 a.m. The video showed a faint shape moving past Ethan's door. Not a shadow, there was no light behind it. Just a dark mass, low to the ground, almost slithering. The camera didn't pick up any sound, but I could see the nightlight inside Ethan's room flicker violently as the shape passed. I checked on him again that morning. He looked worn, like he hadn't slept. Dark circles under his eyes, his hair matted with sweat. When I asked how he felt, he said she kept singing all night. I wanted to tear the walls apart, to find whatever was behind this, fix it, protect him, but there was nothing to find. Just drywall and wiring. I even had a friend, an electrician, come check the wiring in the baby monitor, thinking maybe it was picking up interference. He didn't find anything. By the end of the week, Ethan refused to sleep in his room. He said the talking lady stood in the corner all night, just stood there humming. We moved him into our room. I told Michelle we'd do some painting, maybe redecorate, give his room a new vibe, but I didn't go in there. Not anymore. The last time I did, I found a new drawing under his bed. It was different from the others. Not a full page, just a scrap torn from the corner of a coloring book. The figure wasn't drawn with crayons this time. It was done in what looked like pencil, except it wasn't a pencil we owned. The lines were too thin, too precise, almost etched, and in the corner written in blocky, uneven letters where the words "Stop watching." That night, the baby monitor turned on by itself. We'd unplugged it 2 days earlier. The screen lit up at 3:07 a.m., casting a soft blue light against the wall. Michelle and I both watched it from the bed. There was no sound this time, just static. Then the image started flickering. For a moment, only a second, maybe less. It showed a figure standing in the middle of Ethan's empty room. Tall, too tall. Its arms hung low, almost touching the floor. Its head was tilted like it was listening. Then the screen went black. Michelle screamed. We packed up the room the next day, took out the bed, the dresser, even the curtains, everything. I sealed the door with plywood and a layer of insulation, told everyone we were turning it into storage. But nothing ever went back inside. Ethan's better now. Mostly. He sleeps through the night. No more drawings. No more mentions of the talking lady. But sometimes, when I walk down the hall late at night, I stop outside the door, and I swear I still hear humming coming from the other side. Phoenix in the afternoon has a way of making everything feel slightly damp and slightly brittle at the same time. The air conditioning in the department store fought hard, but the heat outside still pressed its face to the glass doors like a curious animal. Every time they opened, a little wave of outdoor warmth slid across the tile and made the fragrance counter feel like an oasis that never quite cooled all the way down. I stood behind my display of testers and gift sets, smiling at people who didn't want to be seen looking. My job was to talk about scent like it meant something, like it could solve anything. For most shoppers, it was an easy kind of performance. They wanted a spritz on a card, a compliment, a quick exit. I gave them what they needed, and then she appeared at the edge of my counter like she'd been standing there the whole time. She was thin and hunched forward, hair pushed over one shoulder in a messy sheet. The ends looked stiff, like they'd been cut with dull scissors. Her clothes didn't fit right, as if they were pulled from a donation bin without checking the sizes. A large tote bag hung from her elbow. The fabric stretched around something heavy. She kept her head down, but I could see her eyes moving, not scanning for perfume or sale signs, tracking, watching the open space between my counter and the nearest walkway, as if she expected something to cross it. I waited a beat to see if she'd speak first. She didn't. I stepped around the edge of the counter so I wasn't towering over her. "Hi," I said, keeping my voice soft and normal. "Can I help you find something today?" Her fingers tightened around the strap of her tote. She brought her other hand up to the ends of her hair and lifted them, holding them out like evidence. "Can you take a picture?" she said. I blinked. "Of your hair." She nodded fast. "The damage. So I can show them. So it's documented." A few shoppers drifted behind her, carrying bags and iced coffees. The store music, something bright and rhythmic, kept bouncing around the perfume bottles. Everything stayed painfully ordinary. "Sure," I said, because it felt easier to say yes than to ask too much. "Do you want me to use your phone?" She dug into the tote and pulled out a phone with a cracked screen. The back was covered with tape, like someone had tried to keep it together out of sheer willpower. She held it out to me, but didn't fully let go until my fingers closed around it. The camera app was already open. No face, she said quickly. Just the hair. Okay. I tried to angle the phone so it felt like a normal request, like a friend taking a picture of someone's new haircut, like a before and after. She turned sideways and lifted the ends again, and that's when I saw what she meant. It wasn't just split ends or dryness. In places her hair looked unevenly thin, as if something had been chewing it. Tiny broken strands stuck out along the lengths like frayed rope. I took 3 photos. Close but not too close. Her hand shook slightly as she held still. When I handed the phone back, she glanced at the screen and swallowed. You got it? Yes, I said. It's clear. Her shoulders sagged in relief for half a second before tightening again. She leaned in a little, just enough that I could smell her. It wasn't sweat or perfume. It was dry shampoo, sun-warmed fabric, and something metallic, like keys that had been held too long. He's doing it again, she said. The way she said it made my mouth go dry. Not dramatic, not pleading, just flat and exhausted, like a person pointing out rain. I kept my expression steady. Who's doing what? She looked over my shoulder, not at me, at the shiny glass shelves behind my counter, at my reflection in the mirror-like panel. My ex, she said. My fiancé. Well, ex-fiancé. He thinks he owns me. I nodded slowly, letting her keep talking if she wanted to. He uses drones, she continued. Not the kind you can see. They're small, like insects, like gnats. They go where he wants them to go. There was a beat where my brain tried to process it as a metaphor, like she meant he had friends watching her, cameras, a tracker, but she was staring at the air around her hair like she expected something to crawl out of it. My scalp burns, she whispered. They land and they cut and they take it. He wants me to look crazy, so no one believes me. A familiar instinct kicked in, something I'd learned working retail in a big city store. Don't match panic. Don't dismiss. Don't stare. Keep it grounded. I'm sorry you're dealing with that, I said. That sounds really stressful. Her eyes snapped to mine. For a moment, they were so sharp and present that it startled me. You believe me? She asked. I hesitated, and in that hesitation I felt the air change. She was balanced on the edge of something, and I had no idea how much it would take to tip her. I chose the safest truth I had. I believe you're scared. That seemed to satisfy something in her. She nodded, slow and solemn, like she'd just received a diagnosis. Thank you, she said. Then she reached into her tote again and pulled out a small plastic bag. Inside was a handful of dark specks and glittering fragments that could have been anything. Crumbs, bits of foil, dirt. These, she said. This is what I find. They look like nothing, but they're not. They're the drones when they shut down. I didn't touch the bag. I didn't want to, and I also didn't want her to think I was inspecting her proof like a detective. Have you been able to talk to anyone about this? I asked gently. Like a doctor? Or someone you trust? Her mouth twisted. Doctors are paid, he knows them. The police think it's funny. I didn't know what to do with that. A part of me wanted to call a manager, to involve security, to hand her off to someone trained. But she wasn't yelling. She wasn't threatening. She was just unraveling in front of my perfume counter, like it was the only place in the city she could stop. The store's security guard was posted near the escalators, half watching the crowd. If I waved him over, it might escalate her. It might confirm every fear she had about being targeted. So I did what my job had trained me to do in any uncomfortable situation. I redirected to something simple. Do you want some water? I asked. Or to sit for a minute? It's cooler over here. She glanced around. No, I can't sit. Sitting makes it easier for them. Okay, I said. Would you like to look at any hair products? Sometimes damage like that can be helped with a mask, or... Her face tightened again. It's not damage like that. It's targeted. I nodded once. Got it. She leaned closer, lowering her voice until it was barely above the music. He's testing new ones. The drones. They're quieter now, they don't buzz. That's how you know, when you don't hear anything. The fine hairs on the back of my neck rose. The rational part of me knew this was almost certainly a persecutory delusion. I'd read enough about mental health to recognize the shape of it. The story fit the pattern: an ex-fiancé, technology, constant surveillance, bodily harm framed as evidence of an invisible attacker. It was heartbreaking, but another part of me, the primitive part that didn't care about rationality, imagined something small and mechanical hiding inside the air vents above the counter, waiting for her. She turned her head sharply as if she'd heard something behind her. Her eyes flicked up toward the ceiling lights. Then she took a step back. "I shouldn't have stayed this long," she murmured. "Do you have a safe place to go?" I asked. She gave me a look like I'd just asked if she had an oxygen tank. Safe isn't a place. Safe is a window of time. Before I could respond, she pivoted and walked away, her tote bumping her hip with each quick step. She disappeared into the flow of shoppers near the handbags. I stood there for a moment with my hands lightly resting on the counter, the perfume bottles gleaming under the lights, the air smelling like vanilla and citrus, and everything expensive people put on to pretend they're untouchable. Then a customer stepped up, cheerful and oblivious, asking about a gift set for her sister. I smiled automatically and started doing my job again. But the image of the woman's hair stayed in my mind, uneven, chewed looking, held up like proof. That night I washed my own hair twice. I told myself it was because I'd had a long shift, and Phoenix dust gets everywhere. But as I rubbed shampoo into my scalp, I found myself listening for things I couldn't see. 2 days later, I was restocking travel-size sprays when my coworker asked me why I looked tired. "Just busy," I said. I didn't tell anyone about the woman. Not because I thought they'd laugh, but because I didn't want to turn her into a story. I didn't want to reduce her to a weird interaction we joked about in the break room. She felt too real for that. Too frightened. Too exposed. For the rest of that week, every time someone hovered near my counter without speaking, my stomach tightened. I watched the escalators. I watched the entry doors. I watched for the hunched posture and the stiff hair. She didn't come back. By the end of my work week, the encounter had softened at the edges. It became one of those strange retail moments you fold away and forget, like a shirt you never wear but can't throw out. It stayed in my mind without being sharp. Then my lease ended. My apartment at the time was a cramped place near a noisy intersection, and the rent had jumped again. I'd found a newer complex a few miles away, still in Phoenix but far enough from my old route that it felt like a fresh start. The kind of place with clean stucco walls, tidy gravel landscaping, and a pool that looked too blue to be real. Move-in week was a blur of cardboard boxes and sweating through my shirt. Even with the sun beginning to dip earlier, the afternoons were brutal. The heat sat on the complex like a lid. By the time I got my last load up the stairs to my second-floor unit, my arms ached and my throat felt raw. I set the box down inside my door and stood for a moment in the empty living room, listening to the hum of the air conditioning kicking on. The silence felt clean. 2 weeks passed. I settled into a routine. Wake up early, get coffee, drive to the store, spend the afternoon selling luxury scent to people who wanted to smell like a version of themselves they could stand. Go home, sleep, repeat. On a Friday, I got home just after 5. The sky outside was still bright, the sunlight sharp against the tan walls of the building. I carried my small grocery bag up the stairs and fumbled for my keys. That was when I noticed the woman sitting on the landing above mine, not directly above, one level up, on the 3rd floor, leaning against a railing near the stairwell entrance. The spot was partly shaded, partly lit. She looked like someone waiting for a friend to come home, except she wasn't dressed like someone waiting for a friend. Her hair was the same stiff sheet, pushed to one side. Her clothes were wrinkled and too big. The tote bag was with her again, hugged close to her ribs like a flotation device. My first instinct was that it couldn't be her. Phoenix is big. People look similar. My brain tried to edit her into someone else, but then she turned her head, and I saw her profile, the sharp angle of her cheekbone, the restless way her eyes tracked movement without landing on anything. She looked down at me, Recognition wasn't warmth in her face. It was more like a light switching on behind glass. I froze with my keys in my hand, my grocery bag hanging from my wrist. She didn't smile. She didn't wave. She just stared like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. I forced myself to breathe and kept walking toward my door. I didn't want to show fear. I didn't want to invite conversation. My apartment suddenly felt too exposed, the hallway too narrow. As I reached my door, I could feel her eyes on the back of my neck. The air conditioning units outside the apartments were humming steadily, their fans spinning behind metal grates. The sound was constant, a low mechanical breath. I unlocked my door and stepped inside quickly, pulling the groceries with me. Before I could close the door, I heard her feet on the stairs. Not running, not rushing, just moving with purpose. I shut my door and turned the lock. I stood there in the dim entryway, grocery bag still in my hand, listening. Footsteps stopped outside my unit. There was a pause long enough that I started to imagine she might have walked past. Then a soft knock came on my door. Not frantic, not loud, just controlled, like someone trying to be polite. I didn't answer immediately. My heart was punching hard behind my ribs. I set the grocery bag down on the floor and pressed my fingertips to the deadbolt as if I could somehow reinforce it with touch. Another knock. I moved to the peephole and looked out. She was standing close to my door, her head slightly tilted. She wasn't looking at my peephole. She was looking at the door handle, like she could sense where I was behind it. My mouth went dry. I didn't want to open the door. Every safety instinct I had told me not to. But I also didn't want to leave her there in the hallway. Knocking, drawing attention, escalating. My neighbors were the kind of people who complained about noise and let their dogs off leash. I didn't trust anyone to respond calmly. I took a breath, unlocked the deadbolt, and cracked the door just a few inches, keeping the chain latch on. Cool air spilled out of my apartment and brushed her face. Up close, she looked worse than she had in the store. Her skin was dry, her lips chapped. There were faint scratches along one wrist. Not bleeding, just healed lines like she'd brushed against something rough. Her hair looked even thinner near the ends. I kept my voice steady. "Hi." She nodded like we'd scheduled this. "I found you." My stomach sank. "How did you—" "I followed the scent," she said. For a second, I thought she meant perfume. Something I'd worn at work. Something she'd associated with me. But the way she said it wasn't poetic. It was literal. "You're the one who took the pictures," she continued. "The one who didn't laugh." I swallowed. Yes, that was me. She glanced over her shoulder toward the stairwell and lowered her voice. "They're here too, in this building." I tightened my grip on the edge of the door. "I don't think." I started. She lifted her hand in a quick motion, cutting me off. "Not you, not him, not his people, the drones. They like apartment buildings. There's airflow, there are places to hide." Her eyes flicked to the ceiling corner above my door, where a small light fixture sat, then to the air vent beside it. "They get in through there," she whispered. I looked where she was looking. It was just a vent cover, a normal part of a normal building. But with her eyes pinned to it, it looked suddenly like an entrance. I forced myself to keep my tone neutral. "Are you living here?" She nodded once. "Third floor, end unit." I needed somewhere with fewer windows, fewer ways for him to look in. The chain on my door felt flimsy. The hallway felt closer. I couldn't tell if she was truly fixated on me, or if I'd become a safe object in her mind, someone she could anchor to while everything else slid around. "I'm sorry," I said quietly. "This is my home. I can't really—" "I'm not asking to come in," she said quickly, almost offended. "I know better. I know what they do when you let people in." Her eyes sharpened again. "Have you noticed it?" "Noticed what?" I asked. Even though I knew, she stepped closer to the crack of the door, her voice dropping to a near whisper. The buzzing that doesn't make sound. The pressure, like air moving wrong. My hand went cold against the door edge. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say I hadn't noticed anything because there was nothing to notice. I wanted to send her away with a firm boundary in a polite tone and a locked door, but the truth was that since meeting her, I had been listening more than I used to, watching shadows in corners, checking my hair in mirrors a little too long. That didn't mean she was right. It meant I was human. I've been tired, I said finally. I haven't noticed anything like that. Her gaze searched my face as if trying to decide if I was lying. Then she reached into her tote and pulled out her phone again. The screen was more cracked now, spiderwebbed at the corner. She held it up toward the gap in my door. "Look," she said. On the screen were photos of her hair, the same ones I'd taken, but zoomed in so close the pixels broke apart. In the graininess, the broken ends looked like something had gnawed them, and in the background of one photo near the edge of her shoulder, there was a dark blur. My stomach dropped as my eyes caught it. It looked like a smear, a shadow, a thumb over the lens. But her finger tapped it hard. "That," she said. "That's one of them. It's close. It's close to me. It's in the picture." I stared at the blur for too long. The longer I looked, the more my brain tried to shape it into something. Wings, legs, a tiny silhouette. I could feel my thoughts slipping into the same grooves hers had carved. I forced myself to blink and pull back. "It could be anything," I said gently. "It might just be motion." Her jaw tightened. "That's what they want you to say." The hallway felt suddenly louder. A door somewhere down the corridor opened and closed. A TV played faintly through a wall. A dog barked once and then stopped. The normal sounds made her look more out of place, like a glitch. I swallowed. "Do you have someone you can call? Family? A friend?" She stared at me like I'd suggested an obvious joke. "Family thinks I ruined everything. Friends." Friends stopped answering when the drones started following them too. My chest tightened with something that wasn't fear. Exactly. It was grief. The kind you feel when you see someone drowning, and you don't have the right tools to pull them out without being dragged under. I kept my voice calm. "I'm not equipped to handle this, but there are people who can help you." Her expression flickered, hurt, anger, suspicion, then smoothed into that exhausted flatness again. "I just needed you to know," she said, "so when it happens you don't act surprised." I shook my head slightly. "When what happens?" She glanced again toward the vents. "When he finds me. When the drones stop being small." A cold thread slid through my stomach. "I need you to go back to your apartment," I said as evenly as I could. "Please." She stared at me a long moment. Then she nodded. Slow. "Okay," she said. "I won't stay here. I had to check. If you were real." My throat tightened. "I'm real." She looked down at my hands on the door, the chain visible through the gap. "That's what I thought." She took a step back. Her gaze dropped to the grocery bag on my floor just inside the door. Bread, a carton of eggs, a bag of oranges, ordinary things, proof of a normal life. Then she turned and walked toward the stairs with the same controlled pace she'd used in the store. I watched her go through the peephole after I closed the door. She didn't look back until she reached the landing above, and when she did, she stared directly at my door like she could see through it. Then she disappeared. I locked the deadbolt again and slid the chain into place, even though it was already latched. My hands were shaking enough that the metal clicked loudly. I stood in my small entryway, staring at the plain beige wall, trying to slow my breathing. For a long time I didn't move. I listened to the air conditioning, to the building settling, to footsteps that might not have been there. Eventually I forced myself to carry the groceries to the kitchen. I peeled an orange and ate it standing at the counter, the taste bright and sharp. I chewed slowly, trying to anchor myself in something physical, something undeniable. The rest of the evening passed in fragments. I showered. I checked my hair in the mirror longer than I meant to. I brushed it until the bristles caught on tangles, and my scalp felt tender. Before bed, I walked around my apartment and made sure all the windows were locked. I hadn't done that in weeks with any real urgency. I didn't sleep well. In the middle of the night, I woke up convinced I'd heard something near the vent above my bathroom. Not a buzzing, not a scrape, just a faint shift in the air, like a breath. I lay still and listened until my ears hurt. In the morning, Sunlight filled my bedroom and made the fear feel stupid. The vent was a vent. The blur in her photo was a blur. The woman was a woman in crisis. That should have been the end of it. But that afternoon, when I got home from work, I found something on the carpet outside my door. A small plastic bag. It sat neatly against my welcome mat, as if it had been delivered like a package. It was the same kind of bag the woman had shown me in the store. Clear, crinkled, sealed with a tight twist at the top. Inside were tiny dark specks, and a few glittering fragments. I stood there with my keys in my hand, my heart pounding hard enough to make my vision pulse at the edges. The hallway was empty, quiet. The air conditioning units hummed behind their grates. I didn't pick the bag up. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it, trying to decide which feeling was worse, that she'd left it for me, as proof, or that she'd left it for me as a warning. Then, from somewhere above, I heard a door open and close. Footsteps moved across the landing, slow and deliberate, heading toward the stairs. I kept my eyes on the bag until my vision blurred, and I didn't look up until the footsteps were gone. When I finally stepped inside my apartment, I left the bag outside in the hallway, pressed my back against the closed door, and listened to the vent above my head until the air felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I noticed the first note on a Tuesday, wedged under the welcome mat when I came back from work. It was a torn envelope, folded over with 2 lines scrawled in pencil. Locks don't matter. Eyes see more than deadbolts can stop. I remember holding it for a long second before stepping inside, checking the windows and doors again, even though I'd locked them that morning like I always do. Emily laughed it off at first. She thought it was some punk kid messing around, maybe part of a TikTok trend, but I had that feeling in my gut. The same one I get when something's off with a piece of wood I'm cutting, just before it splinters. I've lived in this house in suburban Atlanta for 7 years. It's nothing fancy, but it's ours. A quiet street, clean sidewalks, retirees, a few families, some students. Nothing ever happened here. 3 days later, I found another note. This one stuck to the inside of our mailbox, pressed flat against the back wall. Nice shirt today. Blue suits you better than gray. I'd worn the blue one that morning. The sleeves still had sawdust on them from where I'd been doing trim work in the garage. That night, I installed a Ring camera above the front door, and 2 more at the corners of the house. Emily said I was overreacting, but I could see the edge in her eyes now. She stopped leaving her headphones in when she jogged. She started checking the blinds at night too. 2 weeks in, I noticed the teenager. He stood in the neighbor's driveway. Brandon, I think his name was, right around dusk. 3 houses down. Every Wednesday. Always in a hoodie, hands in his pockets, just watching the street. He didn't look at his phone. Didn't seem to be waiting for a ride. Just stood there. I only caught him the first time by accident, taking the trash out. But once I knew to look, he was there like clockwork. I tried not to make a big deal of it. We live in a neighborhood after all. People have routines. But every time I walked to my truck, I started feeling watched. That skin-prickling sensation you get when someone's staring too long. I began backing into the driveway just so I could keep my eyes on the street as I left in the mornings. Then the real hit came. It was a Sunday. Cool morning, slight breeze. The kind where you almost want a jacket but decide against it. I'd forgotten my phone in the truck. Went out to grab it and noticed something on the passenger seat. A spiral notebook. The cover was plain black. No brand, no markings. I flipped it open. The first page just said my name in block. I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an aging brick building, just off Grand Avenue. The floors creak when you walk too fast. The pipes bang in the walls during winter. It's the kind of place you stop noticing after a few months, until something makes you listen again. That night, I was working late. I'd pushed a hotfix for a back-end deployment around 10:45 p.m., but a logging error had come up during the test run. I didn't want to leave it till morning, so I stayed at my desk, hunched over a laptop, listening to the quiet click of my mechanical keyboard. The only light in the room came from the screen, and the occasional blue flash of a passing car through the blinds. At some point after midnight, I pushed my chair back, rubbed my eyes, and went to the kitchen for water. I didn't turn on any lights. I never do. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and I knew the layout by heart. The fridge door made its usual low groan. I drank straight from the bottle. That's when I noticed it. Something was off in the living room. I couldn't say what exactly, but I paused in the doorway, water bottle halfway to the counter. I had the distinct impression something had shifted, an object maybe. A subtle wrongness. I looked around, squinting. My keys, they weren't on the side table by the door, where I always toss them. I took a few cautious steps and found them on the floor, a few feet from the rug, as if they'd been dropped mid-step. I crouched and picked them up, trying to recall whether I'd knocked them off earlier, but I hadn't. I hadn't gone near the door since I got back. Around 8 p.m., I stood there for a while, barely breathing. Then I heard it very faint, a shuffle, not from outside, from the hallway. My hallway. It was soft, like a socked foot sliding carefully over the hardwood. One step, then stillness, then another. I backed into the kitchen, slow and quiet, and slipped behind the counter. The fridge's compressor kicked on with a low hum, masking the silence just enough to make me paranoid I'd imagined it. But I hadn't. I stayed still. No lights, no sounds. My phone was still on the desk in the other room. Another soft step. Closer. I crouched low, hidden behind the cabinets, heart thudding in my ears. I could see the hallway from my position, just the edge of it, where it met the kitchen. The apartment was too small to hide for long, but it bought me seconds. I looked around, scanning for anything I could use. There was a small paring knife in the sink, but it was too far. Then came the light. It flicked on suddenly, without a sound, just a change in the air. My hallway light, the one I never use at night. It cast a warm yellow glow onto the edge of the kitchen floor, cutting across the darkness like a line drawn in chalk. My stomach turned. That switch was in the hallway itself, next to the bedroom door. Someone had turned it on from inside. I kept completely still. Every instinct said to run, to make noise, to force confrontation, but I couldn't. Something about the quiet, deliberate way it all happened made it worse. It wasn't loud or chaotic. It was slow, controlled. The footsteps moved again. I could hear them more clearly now. They came closer, stopping just short of the kitchen threshold. Whoever it was didn't speak, didn't search drawers or move fast, just stood there. I could feel their presence on the other side of the cabinets, maybe 6 feet away. I tried to steady my breathing, in through the nose, out slowly through the mouth. My pulse was loud in my ears, and then they moved again, but not into the kitchen. Back one step at a time, retreating. The soft pads of their feet moved away down the hall. I tracked the sound. Toward the bedroom, I stayed frozen for at least 5 minutes. Long enough for the hallway light to cast shadows that didn't move. Long enough for the fridge to cycle off again, leaving the apartment in unnatural silence. Eventually I stood up and leaned carefully toward the edge of the cabinets. The hallway light still glowed. Nothing moved. I took one cautious step forward, then another, until I reached the doorway and peered down the hall. The bedroom door was open. Light spilled across the floor and over the threshold. I couldn't see anyone. I crept forward slowly, barely shifting the floorboards. I passed the bathroom, glanced inside, empty, then toward the bedroom. It looked undisturbed. My bed was made, laptop charger where I left it. Nothing obvious out of place, but then I noticed something else. The small ceramic bowl on my nightstand, the one where I keep my earbuds and spare change, was sitting on the floor, upright, not knocked over, as if someone had picked it up, examined it, and set it down carefully at their feet. I stepped back. I didn't search the closet, I didn't check under the bed. I turned off the hallway light and backed down the hall the way I came, slow and quiet, never taking my eyes off the door. When I reached the living room, I grabbed my jacket and slipped on my shoes without lacing them. phone, wallet. I cracked the front door and stepped into the stairwell. I walked down 3 flights without turning back. There was no one in the parking lot, just a few scattered cars under the flickering lamp near the dumpsters. I stood by the bike rack for a few minutes, thinking about calling the cops, but I didn't. There was no evidence, nothing broken, nothing missing, just movement and light. I ended up walking 2 blocks to the 24-hour diner, sat in a booth, and nursed a coffee until the sun came up. I didn't sleep, just kept thinking about the careful footsteps, the bowl, the hallway light. When I returned the next morning, everything looked the same. The front door was locked. My windows were latched from the inside. No signs of forced entry. I walked from room to room searching for anything. Scratches, open drawers, something misplaced. But there was nothing new. Nothing I could show someone. Nothing I could prove. Except for one thing. The hallway light was on again. I always turn it off. There was a man crouched beside the side door, our seldom-used entrance that led to the garage. He had something in his hand, angled up toward the lock. The porch light wasn't on, but the moon caught the edge of his jacket, and I recognized the shape of a slim metal tool. I didn't breathe. My phone was on the kitchen counter. I had to move quietly. It started with a sound I couldn't place. Metal lightly scraping against metal. A whisper more than a noise. It came just after midnight. Soft but deliberate, from the side of the house. I froze, halfway down the hallway with a laundry basket in my arms, and waited. My daughter Ava was asleep in her room down the hall. I set the basket down slowly and moved toward the window that overlooked the side yard. When I called the police, I kept my voice low. I gave them my address and said someone was trying to break into my home. By the time the cruiser pulled up 10 minutes later, the man was gone. The officer did a sweep and found nothing. No signs of forced entry, just faint scuff marks near the side door handle, enough to prove I wasn't imagining things. He told me to keep my doors locked and to call if I saw anything else. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights off, listening, watching. The next morning, I tried to explain it to Ava without scaring her. She's 9, smart, observant, and way too quick to pick up on my tension. I told her someone had been snooping around and that we needed to be extra careful. She asked if it was someone trying to steal our bikes. I said maybe and left it at that. By the end of the week, I'd changed the locks, added a second deadbolt, and ordered a basic security camera for the front porch. I told myself it was probably a one-off, a random opportunist who wouldn't be back. But then I saw him again, not at the house, at my office. I work at a small insurance branch in a business park on the edge of town. We get deliveries pretty regularly, couriers dropping off claim documents, policy packets, nothing unusual. So at first I didn't think much of it when a delivery driver came in holding a brown envelope. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place where from. He smiled when our eyes met, just a little too long, and said he had something for our branch manager. I pointed him to the front desk, and he left the envelope and walked out. I watched him through the glass as he crossed the lot. That walk, that posture. Later that day, it hit me, the same jacket, the same builds, the same way of moving. I went back to the security footage from the night of the break-in attempt. The police had taken a copy, but I'd saved it on my own hard drive too. It wasn't the best angle, but it was enough. Same man. 2 days later, I saw the same delivery van, parked across the street from Ava's school. It was a different time than usual for drop-offs. I sat in my car and watched. He didn't get out, just sat there for a few minutes, then drove off. That night, I took out every paper in the house. Bills, receipts, school notes, even my work calendar. I wanted to know if I'd dropped something, some clue about our routines. I found nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more about me than he should. I didn't tell the office. What could I say? That a delivery guy gave me bad vibes. The real break came by accident. My neighbor Marcus came by on a Saturday afternoon to ask if I'd seen his cat. While he was standing at the door, he noticed the front porch camera. It wasn't until the third time I spotted him, this time parked 2 blocks from our house, that I started thinking he wasn't watching just me. He was watching both of us, me and Ava. I went to the police again, but they said without a license plate or a clear reason to suspect him, there wasn't much they could do. They advised me to document everything, so I did. Times, dates, places. I started keeping a log. What guy? Hey, he said, your guy's back. He pointed to the screen. The camera feed was still open on my tablet. A man had just walked up the front walk, looked at the door for a moment, then turned around and left. Same man, same jacket, same delivery van parked just at the edge of the frame. He nodded slowly. I thought he was yours, like a handyman or something. But he didn't knock, just looked around and left. Marcus leaned in. That's the guy who was walking around behind your garage last week. My heart dropped. You saw him? The next incident came a few days later. Ava had left her backpack in the car, so I went out to grab it. It was just after 10 p.m. As I opened the back door, something shiny caught my eye. On the ground next to the steps was a small black notebook. I picked it up, thinking it might have fallen from a pocket or a bag. It wasn't ours. Marcus offered to help me install 2 more cameras, one watching the side yard, one pointed toward the garage. That night, I didn't sleep again. I checked the feeds every hour. Inside were pages of handwritten notes, short entries, dated and timed. Most of them looked like this. 7:45 a.m., leaves house with child, walks to car, kid and booster, front seat, grocery stop on way home Tuesdays. 8:02 a.m. the garage light turns off. Car gone, no activity until 4:15. The police came as soon as I called. They dusted the notebook for prints and asked me 100 questions. I gave them everything. My logs, the footage, my statement. I told them about the van, the office, the school, Marcus's sighting. My name was written at the top of the first page. I didn't wait. I called 911 immediately. By the time the sirens came, Marcus had already stepped out onto his porch with a flashlight. He shined it directly at the man, who froze like a deer in headlights. This time, he didn't run. The police caught him still crouched beside the door, the same slim tool in his hand. 2 nights later, Marcus texted me just before midnight. He's back. Side door. The police found more notes in his apartment. Pages and pages about other people. But most of them were about me, about Ava. He never touched us, never said a word to either of us. But he watched. He learned. He waited. His name was Rick. He was in fact a delivery driver, but also a contract maintenance worker. The kind that sometimes gets access to service areas in office buildings. That's how he'd gotten in, how he'd seen me, how he knew when I left, where I parked, what car I drove. Every lock in the house has been changed, every camera upgraded. I checked them twice before bed. Ava sleeps with her door closed now, with a white noise machine to block out the world. He's in custody now. They're still building the case. Some nights, I think I hear that metal whisper again. Just for a second. Just long enough to remember what almost happened. It started with the color red. I noticed it first on the edge of one of my canvases. A smear near the corner like a careless fingerprint. I thought it might have been me. Maybe I'd brushed it with my thumb after mixing pigments. But when I leaned in, it wasn't the same hue as any of the paints I'd been using. It was brighter, glossier, something like spray paint. That night, I locked up everything in my studio, double-checked the windows, bolted the door to the basement, where I kept most of my finished work. I even made sure the front gate clicked shut behind me when I took the trash out. Still, I barely slept. There was a tightening in my chest, like I'd forgotten something important. The next morning, it was unmistakable. Someone had broken in. 3 of my finished canvases pieces I'd been preparing for a gallery submission were slashed straight through. Thick, jagged lines carved through faces, landscapes, abstracts. The cuts had an ugly rhythm to them, like whoever did it had enjoyed the repetition. The walls were splattered with long arcs of paint, sprayed like a crime scene. One word was repeated over and over. Mine. I should have called the police immediately. I didn't. I stood in the middle of the mess, hands trembling, bile burning at the back of my throat. The word echoed louder than the silence in the room. Mine. I knew who it was. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew. Jessica. She'd been a student of mine at a community art program I volunteered with about 2 years back. Talented, intense. She had a way of seeing through people with her eyes, like she was always painting them in her mind. I'd offered encouragement. Nothing unusual, nothing unprofessional. But somewhere along the line, she started showing up at events I hadn't told her about, leaving sketches for me in my mailbox, then emails, dozens of them, then hundreds. When I stopped replying, she escalated. At first, it was cryptic messages, dark little poems typed in all lowercase, drawings of me that were unsettlingly accurate. One of them had no eyes. I blocked her email. She started sending them by post. I moved, changed my number. For 6 quiet months, I thought maybe it was over. But now, standing in front of the wreckage of my work, I knew it wasn't. The police took my report seriously at first. They photographed everything, dusted for prints, asked all the right questions. But there was no forced entry, nothing stolen, just desecration. It was enough for a report, but not much else. I started sleeping with the lights on in my bedroom. I moved my bed closer to the studio's back door so I could hear if anything happened. I kept a kitchen knife within reach. 3 days later, another painting was destroyed, this time one that hung in my living room. I had gone to the store for maybe 20 minutes. When I returned, the canvas was ripped open like a wound. Another message in red was sprayed across the ceiling. I watch you sleep. There was no sign of a break-in. I found a single hair taped to my bathroom mirror. That night, I packed a bag and stayed with a friend across town. When I returned in the daylight, my front gate had been unlatched. Nothing was missing, but my sense of safety was gone. I bought security cameras. They helped for about a week until someone sprayed them black, then broke the outer casing. The footage showed only a blurry silhouette in a hoodie, crouching just below the lens, face never visible. Still the frame, the way they moved. I recognized something familiar. My hand shook as I turned over the last surviving painting in my storage room and found a message scrawled in marker on the back of the canvas. Why won't you love me? I stopped painting. I couldn't focus. Every sound made me flinch. My art supplies gathered dust. I kept the lights on day and night. My landlord offered to change the locks again. I said yes, but I didn't think it would matter. Then the text started. Different number each time. Always short, always threatening. Do you think they'll care when you're gone? I would just gone. And think they'll care that in Mireille. Your hands don't make beauty anymore. Mine will. I stopped reading them. Just deleted them as they came in. Dozens a day. I turned off notifications. I stopped answering the phone entirely. My voicemail filled up. One night, just past 2 a.m., I woke up to a noise. Something faint, a scrape or a shuffle, right outside my window. I turned off the lights and crawled toward the sound. There, pressed against the glass, was a piece of paper. On it, in thick red ink, "You can't shut me out." I called the police. Again. This time they stayed longer, took samples, told me to get a restraining order. I tried, but I didn't have a last name, no current address. I only had a first name and a memory of a face from 2 years ago, always smiling too long, always too close. I barely left the house after that. One afternoon, I found paint dripped across my doormat. When I followed the trail, it led to the backyard, where someone had painted a large crude heart on the siding of my house. Inside it, our names, hers and mine, entwined. I started sleeping in the kitchen with the bat next to me. The next escalation came with silence. A week passed with no messages, no paint, no signs. I didn't relax. I got more paranoid. I checked every lock 3 times. I lined the windows with heavy curtains. Then, just after dusk on a Thursday, I looked outside and saw a figure crouched beneath the hedges across the street, still watching. I called the police again. This time they caught her. She had a backpack full of spray paint, photographs of me, some taken through windows I thought were secure, and a spiral notebook filled with hundreds of entries. Journal style, obsessive. Some of them just repeated my name over and over. Others described my daily routines in eerie detail. She didn't resist. They found one of my old house keys on her, stolen from who knows where, duplicated God knows when. She'd been coming and going while I was home, while I slept. They took her in. I watched from behind the curtain as they led her to the squad car, her head turned toward my window. Even from that distance, I saw the look on her face blank, unreadable. Not anger, not sadness, something like victory. She didn't say a word. For a long time after, I didn't feel safe even knowing she was gone. I didn't go back to painting for months. When I finally did, I couldn't help but see her handwriting in every brushstroke, her messages behind every color, the word mine echoing behind every canvas. I changed all my locks again, installed more cameras, adopted a dog. But some nights I still check the windows 3 or 4 times before bed. Sometimes I find myself staring into the darkness outside, wondering if someone's still out there, just out of sight, waiting. It started with a mix-up. I'd flown into town for a friend's engagement party, one of those suburban celebrations with catered sliders and fairy lights strung across a backyard fence. The house I was supposed to stay in was a short-term rental set up by the groom-to-be, but the address he texted me had a typo. I didn't know that at the time. The night had a strange quiet to it. Not eerie, just still. The kind of hush that settles over cul-de-sacs after the last garage door closes and the porch lights flicker on. I pulled up around 11:30 am, still buzzing a bit from the wine and small talk, and parked outside a 2-story home with a red mailbox. The place looked like every other on the block. Nothing to give me pause. The door was unlocked. That was the first thing. I remember thinking, okay, maybe the last guest didn't shut it properly, or maybe the cleaning service forgot. I stepped inside, wheeling my carry-on behind me. It was dim, but not pitch black, just the soft spill of a street lamp coming through the curtains. The air inside smelled faintly musty, like dust that had been sitting undisturbed for a few days. The floor creaked under my sneakers. I called out, just in case. "Hello, it's me, James. I'm crashing here tonight." No answer, just the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, and something ticking faintly in another room. Maybe a wall clock. The layout matched the description. Living room to the right, hallway straight ahead, stairs on the left. I climbed them slowly, one hand brushing the banister. The carpet on the steps was slightly damp. I told myself it could have been from cleaning. Maybe the carpet shampoo hadn't dried yet. I tried not to overthink it. The hallway upstairs stretched into 3 closed doors. I picked the one at the end, figured it might be the master, probably where they wanted me to stay. It opened easily. That was the second thing. The room was cold. Much colder than downstairs, like someone had left a window open, but there was no breeze. The window was shut, blinds drawn. I could see the outline of a bed, a nightstand. Then I caught a shape. No, 3 shapes, just beyond the edge of the bed frame. At first, I couldn't process what I was seeing. 2 were slumped against the far wall. The third was sprawled half on, half off the bed, one arm dangling toward the floor. All 3 were very still. I didn't go any farther, didn't check pulses, didn't touch anything. I backed out of the room with my breath caught in my throat and my body on autopilot. I called 911 from the landing. My voice was steady, too steady. I remember spelling out the address from the front of the house and saying I'd found what looked like 3 dead bodies upstairs. The dispatcher asked if I was in immediate danger. I told her I didn't think so, but I wasn't sticking around to find out. I waited outside, sitting on the curb in front of the house. I couldn't take my eyes off the front door, even though nothing moved inside. Every minute stretched. I remember hearing a distant dog bark, then silence again. The air was heavy with the kind of stillness you feel after a storm, even though it hadn't rained. When the police arrived, their lights painted the neighborhood in red and blue pulses. I stood up, hands out, identifying myself before they even asked. One officer took my statement, while the others cleared the house. I watched them go in. Flashlights flickered through the windows. Then one came back out, face tight, radioing for backup. Another squad car showed up not long after. Then an ambulance that never turned its sirens on. They cordoned off the property with yellow tape. Neighbors began peeking from behind curtains. One or two stepping onto their porches in robes and slippers, arms folded against the night chill. Someone whispered something about a break-in. Someone else said murder. I told the officer everything I knew, which wasn't much, that I was supposed to be staying at the house, that I had no connection to whoever was inside. I showed them the text with the address. Turns out I was supposed to be at 6847, not 6874, just one digit off. The officer looked at me hard for a while after that. I could see the questions forming behind his eyes. He didn't ask them though, just nodded and told me to stay available in case they needed a follow-up. They wouldn't even let me grab my suitcase. Not that I wanted it anymore. The official report wouldn't come out for another week. By then, I'd long since moved to a hotel and given a full statement to the detectives. They ruled it a homicide, 3 victims, all adults, no forced entry, no sign of struggle, but no suicide notes either. The cause of death was still being determined when they spoke to me. The case made the local news. Briefly, enough to make people double-check their locks and watch the evening report for a few days. Then forget I didn't forget. There were little things that stayed with me, like how the hallway upstairs had smelled faintly metallic, almost like the air in a dentist's office. How the bodies looked more like mannequins in that moment too. Still too staged until I registered the slackness in their limbs. How I never heard a single sound in that house. Not one creak from upstairs, not one footstep behind a door. Sometimes I think about how easily it could have gone differently. If I'd gotten in earlier. If whoever had done it was still there. If I'd walked into the wrong room and become body number 4. I didn't sleep much after that. The cops kept in touch for a while. Standard stuff. Had I remembered anything else? Had anyone contacted me claiming to know the victims? Did I have any prior history with the address? No, and no. Eventually, the calls stopped. I wasn't a suspect, just a guy who walked into the wrong house at the worst possible time. Still, it's hard not to imagine that moment frozen in time. Me standing at the threshold of that bedroom, seeing those 3 silent shapes in the dark. Even now, when I think about it, I see the way the third body's arm hung off the bed, fingers curled just slightly as if reaching for something they dropped. And that cold in the room, not just temperature, but a kind of emptiness that settled deep into your chest and made it hard to breathe. I don't know who they were. I never learned their names. The news didn't release them and I didn't ask. It felt wrong somehow, like inviting them into my head for longer than I could bear. Sometimes I drive past the neighborhood on my way out of town. I don't stop. I don't slow down. But I glance at that house with the red mailbox and wonder if anyone else lives there now. If they know. If the floor still creaks when someone climbs the stairs. If the hallway still smells like copper and dust. If the room at the end ever gets warm again.